Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we back here. Despite all efforts to prevent it, it's Wednesday night, and it's time for not all four eyes, but it's just going to be the eye test here with this one big ball eye here, baby. How you doing on this cold Wednesday night? Ooh-wee. When you see it snowing in New Orleans, when you see flurries in Pensacola, it cold. And according to some of you all, hell is frozen over up at Flowery Branch. Mixed emotions, mixed reactions on who we selected as defensive coordinator. Mixed emotions on who we retained as head coach. Just mixed everything all around the board. So welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get a chance to discuss all of this tonight. Hopefully my panel isn't frozen anywhere out on the road. And those of you all south of I-20 and east of downtown Atlanta, stay in the house. It ain't melted, hasn't gone away. It's nice and pretty during the day. But when it gets to be nighttime, it gets to be treacherous because that ice, you can't even see it. If the roadway is shining in front of you, take care. That's black ice. That means you're going to be slipping, sliding, running up and down the street. We are joined at this time by my partner, Winston Thornton. What's up, Winston?
What's happening?
What's going on?
I love it.
I'm letting the Mexican play a little bit because I had a margarita already.
Okay. I completely understand.
Yeah, buddy. And the way that we doing stuff in Flowery Branch, that ain't gonna be the only drink I take tonight and in the near future.
Man, oh man. Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Old Red in here. Come on in here, Red. Y'all come on in. We weren't here last week, so we know we got a lot of business to discuss, talk about, and go over.
Hey, John, give me 2 seconds. Let me set up my laptop. I'm gonna come in on up.
Okay. All right.
Now I just want to everybody, thank y'all for tuning in. Please hit that like button, run on the comment. Thank y'all. Once again, as always, to spending your Wednesday night with me and John on the eye test. Man, We appreciate it more if we can sit there and tell you. But y'all in for one tonight.
Oh yeah. Y'all see, hey, I was seeing messages where people were begging, hey man, we gonna have a show tonight. We have a special show tonight. And I was nowhere near the house. I was, riding or whatever, trying to stay in front of the snow and all that, but and couldn't text back and let anybody know what was going on. And man,
I'm glad. I'm more glad that you made it home safely for us to have the show today than sitting there trying to goddamn have a show a couple of days ago going through that snow.
Yeah, well, I could have I could have done it, but see, I remember it was some show I was looking at where they were supposed to be having a panel on. It was We Talk Hawks. They were supposed to have a panel on with a moderator, and I'm driving, just trying to listen to everything. I'm laughing at what they're talking about because they were going at it. But then the moderator got so fed up, he jumped in and he started fussing. Hell no! Oh man, I almost tore my car up laughing. I almost tore my damn car up laughing. I had to pull over. What's up, Ron?
What's
2
up?
seconds. Nothing wrong.
All right.
What's up?
What's going on, Ron?
It's cold out here.
Man, what you talking about?
It's cold.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's supposed to be getting down to 11 degrees tonight. They were saying 14 or 15, but they went on here and said 11. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, now don't be too sedity. Don't be too uppity. Don't be too snooty to drip those faucets tonight. Okay? Don't be too snooty to drip those doggone faucets tonight in order to keep your water flowing and you not have a surprise on your hands either this winter or this summer when that pipe busts. Because see, when that pipe busts on your side of the meter, you pay for it. If it's on their side of the meter headed toward the street, they pay for it. But thing is, them pipes bust they always bust on your side of the meter. And we talking about $600 to $800 or more, depending on where it is. When that pipe busted, they're gonna have to go get it. So just take care. Just take care. Because that, them leaking pipes and all that type of stuff, that ain't no joke right about now. Ain't no joke. And welcome El Jefe to the stage. Whoa. I gotta have that sweatshirt, man. I gotta have that sweatshirt, man. Cause you don't know nothing about that.
There was one right across from South DeKalb Mall.
Man, look here. Ron, you remember you see that sweatshirt Keely got on? You remember them? I still got them crates. I still got them crates, man. From the Peachtree Road store. I still got them crates from the Peachtree Road store. Man,
First purchase I ever made was a cassette tape of MC Hammer, You Got to Pray, out of Turtles.
Oh man, look. Let me see. What was I get? Man, they had I had to remember. They had. Oh, there he go. Hey, Red. Hey, Red.
It was in the plaza across from South DeKalb Mall.
That's what I used to tell. Man, that's what I used to always call South DeKalb. My brothers and sisters turned me on to that. Called it South DeCrime Mall. Oh man. But man, I bought LPs in there, 8 tracks, cassettes. I mean, if it was coming out, it was coming out in Turtles first. Turtles and Peaches too, right?
I don't remember Peaches.
Yeah.
I
Wait a
remember
minute now.
Turtles, and I remember that they had some stores in Little 5 Points. They had criminal records.
Yeah, downtown underground.
Mm-hmm.
And now I used to go when I was starting to build my jazz collection. I was going to Wax and Facts.
And that they had one on Little 5 Points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was going. Yeah, I was going to Wax and Facts in Little 5 Point, and oh man, I think I bought them out. Oh man, I cleaned them out. I cleaned
I
them out.
appreciate Wax. They cool, man. Like I remember one day I came in there and they gave me crates. They just pulled some out the back and just gave them to me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. Cause there were people that used to drop off collections of whether it be R&B, jazz, rock, things of that sort, and that was when LPs were starting to phase out and cassettes and things of that sort were starting to phase in. And man, if they had any idea about what type of collector's items that they were giving away, ooh-wee, boy. Oh. But man, hope everybody's keeping warm. I think that let me see who is that. Antonio, what's going on, Antonio?
What's good, fellas?
What's up, Tanya?
Yeah, like I said, I hope everybody is keeping warm because man, when they said that it was snowing in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas from Houston on, I'm wondering where Coach is. I hope Coach all right. And let me see, Florida, up along the Panhandle, all the way to Savannah and Jacksonville. Man, I said, good grief. I don't think them jokers ever seen snow before.
Mm.
Oh, there Winston is. All right. Yeah, because man, I mean look here. There are spots down in Mississippi, Alabama, and James down there. I hope James all right. That's right. I keep forgetting James is down there.
Man, as long as James got the very light district going on, he's good.
Oh,
He's
okay,
good.
all right.
He might mess around, got snowed in with something.
Hey man, the way that snow was falling down there, man, they talking about 6 to 8 inches down there, and hey, they locked New Orleans down, they locked Baton Rouge down. Shoot, you can't get in. You can't get into New Orleans from the east or the west. I mean, it's done. New Orleans is done, man. But
hey, fellas, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Winston?
Thank y'all for being here. This is good evening. How y'all feeling?
Tired, dog. Tired.
Yeah. Now, I still got my workload on. I just got it out.
what you looking like up there, Winston? You just cold?
Man, it's cold as hell, bro. Look, when I went out to go to work this morning at 8, at 8, it was 9 degrees.
Woo!
With the wind, it felt like it was -7. Then it got up to 19, and it said with the wind, it felt like it was 7 degrees. And that was from yesterday, bro. Yesterday was just crazy. Yesterday, man, my phone was sitting there tapping around in the junk like a tap dance. I ain't gonna lie to you. It was brick yesterday, like super brick. But tomorrow's supposed to get up to 37. And that's a positive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're supposed to start climbing a little bit.
Yeah, Virginia Beach got 3 or 4 inches today.
Oh man, okay. Ooh, boy. And I know because usually if I was working, I'd be done took the whole week off. I done be done called in.
I would, but I'm leadership. I can't do it. I
Sit,
can't
man.
do it.
Hey. See that
So,
that doggone leadership part. It got some advantages and it got some disadvantages.
You got some disadvantages.
Got some
You
disadvantages.
got it in the mix.
Yeah, they always, well, you supposed to set the example. You supposed to be the one. Yeah. Okay. And I did a lot of times. I set the example for, about what you're supposed to do when it snows. I ain't going to be there. That's what I did.
Follow my lead. Call out.
Yep. Hey, that's right.
Use the PTO.
That's right. Well, we used to call this what acts of God leave, or administrative or acts of God leave, because hey man, when the governor says no non-essential travel, hey, that's all I want you to say, sir. I used to call him and beg him to say it. Hey, Gov, come on, man. You say the magic words. Say the magic words, and your people will give us free.
Like sitting like that. Come on.
That's right.
Watch the news. Come on.
Yeah. just like in school, when you were sitting there waiting for your school district to get called out.
Sitting there eating oatmeal extra slow.
Slow.
Sitting there waiting on it. Come on. Hey, who that on the bottom right corner?
Oh, that's Tonio.
Antonio.
What's good, right?
Oh, what's happening, partner?
That's Tonio. Now, what y'all want to fuss about first?
Where you want to go with it?
Well, I'm asking y'all, because see, we got plenty to fuss about. I said tonight, instead of me doggone steering anything, because there is one thing I do want to bring up, but I'm gonna wait and let you guys y'all tell me what y'all want to fuss about first. We got plenty of topics. We got plenty of topics, man.
Well, I want to start at the beginning. I don't know on the last show did anyone, the defensive coordinator hire was in between the two shows.
Right. I was saying the same. Like let's go DC. That's the most abundant thing right now. Let's go with DC.
Let's lead it off, Winston.
Well, all right. Jeff Ulbrich would not have been my hire. Would not have been my hire. It would have been Steve Wilkes. Steve Wilkes been here. He's been around. He was there on last training camp, giving pointers and stuff to Jimmy Lake. Obviously, he didn't hear it, but Steve Wilkes' track record speaks for itself. Now, I understand that Steve Wilkes want to be a head coach, and he deserves that. He deserves that. But at the same time, like Steve, like you gotta understand, like you've had a couple of unceremonious departures from teams. So other teams are looking at it too. Like, all right, what the hell went wrong? And sometimes you got to step down. Sometimes you got to take a step backward to take 2 steps forward. And that's pretty much where he's at right now. Man, I know he believes like I'm good enough. I should be a head coach. But right now, you gotta rebuild your cachet. You know what I'm saying? Your saving account is depleted. You got to build that back up before you go buy. You feel me?
What?
And Ulbrich, he's decent. He's decent. He's not a bad option as a DC. And the thing that I'm most excited for is because I've been saying this for the longest. We have a 4-3 personnel. And he's gonna bring us back to a 4-3. And now you're gonna sit there and see people in their natural roles being able to execute. So, It's I don't want anybody to have the notion that we're gonna be a top 5 defense next year. Like unless we either Khalil Mack is the unrestricted free agent this year, but unless we get a premier edge either from free agency, trade, or the draft, middle of the pack.
About 15.
Yeah, somewhere between like 10 and 17 is where we should expect to be. Now, if we get that edge, you can look at somewhere between like 7 and 14.
Now, let me ask you, who do you want we to get?
What, edge wise?
Yeah.
I would go pay Khalil Mack, get him in the building.
Okay. And in the draft?
And then draft another edge.
Who?
Well, I mean, hell, like you gotta look at it. We ain't got nothing but 4 draft picks.
Well, really, we got 5.
So, like at that, it to be honest, and I've been saying this for the longest. Like, all right, so Terry Fondo messed us up. Hey, Red, man, cut the radio off, bro.
Is that Red?
Yeah,
that's him.
But
what's up, Red?
Red.
But
I guess he cut it all the way off.
Terry messed us up. And everybody sit there and say, like, well, Terry did such a good job of clearing the cap. No, the cap was going to clear itself. It didn't matter who was the GM. The cap was going to clear itself because it was structured that way. He didn't do anything special. But what he did do was put us back in the exact same situation that we was in with Matt Ryan and Julio. Like right now, and Tyler made a post about this earlier today. Right now, we're projected to be $10 million over the cap. Over the cap. Almost $11 million over the cap. You ain't got no bread. So we ain't got no bread. We got 4 dry-ass draft picks. And you got holes all over the team. We're in the same situation that we was in when Arthur Smith first got here. Like, come on, like Turk.
Yeah. Let me ask you 2 things. Well, I ask y'all. I don't think Steve Wilkes got a fair chance, in my opinion. I think they already knew who they wanted, and they were like, you know what, come on in, Steve Wilkes. Then they already knew they wanted Jeff because, in my opinion, the buddy system. In my opinion. And the dude I want in the draft, I'm on Walker from Georgia.
But he's gonna be going in the top 10.
Right. So
how you gonna go get him?
Ooh.
Every draft I've done,
you only have 4 draft picks. How are you going to go get him? And then still fill the other holes you need because you need a CB2, you need a slot corner, you need a strong safety, you need athleticism at the linebacker. So how you gonna go get them? See what I'm saying? And even beyond that, even if we run with Caleb McGurry next year at right tackle, you're still going to need a right tackle sooner or later.
All right.
So, like, how you gonna make all this shape? And you don't have cap to go get somebody.
Right. You got the sign the free agent. Some of the free agents we already got.
With what money?
That's why you got.
See what I'm saying? We don't have the money to go get a free agent. So what's going to end up happening is you're gonna have to subtract from the team because you have to cut people to free up money. You got to cut people. So 9 times out of 10, like I've been saying for months, Grady is probably gone. Grady's probably gone. Kyle Pitts probably get traded. To be honest, Tyler Algier probably get traded too. Because we already drafted his backup with Jason McCallum. Like there are key pieces of this team that's about to go out the door because our GM, that's supposed to be a cap savant, messed us up. And you know exactly what it looked like? It looked like New Orleans. Our situation is exactly what New Orleans has been going through for the past couple of years. They keep kicking the can down the road. They go into the offseason, -10, -15, and they always find a way to get down and make some shape. But they're losing pieces.
Yeah.
And either they're losing pieces or they're holding on pieces for too long because you don't have money to go get something else.
Right.
And that's where Atlanta's at right now. Terry done fucked up. And like I said, long time ago, when Terry went got Kirk Cousins, I said that is the all-in move. He really no, it's just bringing stability to the quarterback position. No, it's not. You don't give him that type of money for a 2-year rental. No, you don't give him that. So you brought him in to go try to win something.
So let me ask you: do you think we could trade him and we pay half of that contract?
Trade him to who?
The Giants, the Browns.
Bro, the Giants is in prime position to go get their quarterback of the future. They will go get a good quarterback.
But what I'm saying, they would get a quarterback for the future, but have somebody that already been in the NFL for a long time to teach the quarterback for the future.
Bro, understand what you're sitting there saying. You saying that you want the Giants that is in a rebuild mode to trade for Kirk Cousins.
They already been calling us. That's what I'm saying. They've been calling us already.
That ain't gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
I would say this. I think it depends because they're picking 3, right?
Yeah, something like that. Top 5.
So if it depends on how these quarterbacks are evaluated coming out the draft, because I don't think this draft is quarterback deep. So let's say if Cam and Shador the only ones that get a first round grade or are projected to go in the top 5, then the Giants gonna be SOL. So I think Cleveland probably goes quarterback and Tennessee might go quarterback. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. Las Vegas need a quarterback. They're at 6.
Right.
But they probably go after Darnold. They probably go after Darnold or somebody.
The Jets need one.
Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, finish up.
No, I'm trying to think who. I think it's tough. To your point, I think to Winston's point, I think it's tough. Yeah. But I do think the Giants could be in a situation where they're SOL, where, like you said, they're quarterback of the future. But even if they were SOL, I think the likelihood they probably go after like Sam Darnold or somebody before they even call up about.
They're not gonna go after Sam because you gotta look at it. Sam literally played himself into a starting role wherever he goes. Either whether he stay in Minnesota or he goes somewhere else, he's going to be a starter for like the next 2 years. He played that well this year. All right. Now, if you look at the Giants will sit there and wait for us to cut Kirk Cousins instead of trading for Kirk Cousins.
Right.
And it'd be a situation like Russell Wilson.
Right.
They're not going to trade for him because y'all need us to get him up off y'all hand more than we need him here.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the scenario. Now, if it was like close to Kirktober, and we're like the end of October, and we sat there and traded his ass then, oh shit, you be good.
I think
Sam. You said that play all in November and it looked like trash.
Right.
Like, absolutely, you were literally the worst starting quarterback in the league.
Right. I mean, I just was saying because I've been hearing rumors that like 4 teams been calling us about Kirk Cousins.
I mean, I put it to your point, and I apologize. Continue.
You good? You good?
No, I just think the way the math is going. All right, there's like 4 or 5 teams that need a quarterback, right?
Right.
They're not going to go into camp without a quarterback.
Right.
And if the evaluations come back after combine, after everything, that there's only but two of them. Like you remember the draft where we got Ritter.
Yeah.
The only one that was evaluated to be a first round pick was Kenny Pickett.
Right.
So if it's one of those situations, if it's 4 teams and there's only but 2 quarterbacks, like somebody need a quarterback on starting day.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Kirk Cousins right here, and I bet your Terry Fano was like his last conference interview, he was like, we love to have Kirk Cousins here. But I know, and you know, we don't want him here. We trying to get rid of him to get draft picks. And that's why I brought up the Giants, the Browns, the Raiders, and all this.
Yeah, but see, that's what you're missing. Like, all right, if I know that you are in such a situation,
I agree with that part.
Why would I sit there and give up an asset when I could just sit there and wait?
Because
that's the same thing the Steelers just did.
Right.
I ain't had to give up an asset. I sat there and waited. They cut him because they just tired of his shit. They cut him, and I got him for $1 million.
Well, Winston, I will say this. Now, I'm not saying this is likely. Okay, I'm just saying there's a possibility the math could shake out like this. Let's say this. All right. So James said he thinks Sam stays with Minnesota, which is equally plausible, right? So
yeah, I do think that will end up happening. I think he'll get like a 3-year deal, front loaded, first 2 guaranteed. Pretty much like Kirk Cousins.
So this what James just said is where I'm trying to get. So Kirk, I mean, what's name? Donald stays in Minnesota. That means, and let's say there's only but 2 that evaluates out to be a starting quarterback. That's a big if because people might fall in love with Jackson Dart or whoever. Right?
Yeah.
But if Darnold stays in Minnesota, that means the Raiders need a quarterback. That means the Giants might be in trouble. That means there's
drafting high enough to go get a quarterback.
Who?
Well,
the Raiders. Hold on, I'm about to look on the draft order now.
I got it. It's Tennessee first, Cleveland second. So here's my question though.
What if there's Raiders draft at?
The Raiders draft at like
7,
6. They're 6. So but the thing is, if there's only 2 quarterbacks and the first 2 are going quarterback, who's coming out? So here's my thing. I agree with you on the point that teams would just simply wait for us to cut them.
Right.
But here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the likeliest of scenarios. However, if everyone else is a whole, musical chair thing, and there's 3 or more teams that are SOL stuck who didn't get a chair, right? So if there's 2 or more teams that's without a quarterback after the draft, then there could be a market for Kirk because even though, yes, if I'm the Giants, I would just simply wait. But if the Raiders also need a quarterback and the other team still needs a quarterback, then I would want to preempt and just go ahead and try to make that trade because 2 other teams are waiting to do the same thing. I'm just saying it's not the likeliest of scenarios, especially the way that Kirk ended the situation.
Right.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Because it could be a musical chairs thing where only 2 quarterbacks in that draft that people fall in love with. I've even heard people say that they don't think Shador is a first-round pick in terms of evaluation. So if it's just
they said the same thing about Michael Penix last year.
That's true. They say he was a second. So if only, but and it depends on who fall in love with you.
And Drake maybe.
So if I'm just saying it could be all you need is two to create a market. All you need is two teams to create a market.
True, but all right. So like the biggest thing is like, all right, I put it to you like that. If Kirk Cousins is to be traded, that's gonna happen in like mid to late February, early March. If he's not traded by that point, then his ass staying here.
What?
Like there's no. I put it to you like that. All right, so the post June 1st designation time ends March 15th. If he's not traded by that time and we don't cut him, Kirk Cousins is our backup for next year.
What?
So we basically got a $28 million backup sitting on the bench.
What?
Nothing.
Now, I'm not saying we will keep him. I'm not saying that, but it like
I don't see the trade market. I don't see it.
He just said if somebody don't get their quarterbacks in the draft, say you need an offensive lineman, or you need a corner, or you need a pass rusher, you will not get that on quarterback in that first round pick.
And depending on what happened with Aaron Rodgers too, that might trade.
And Rodgers said, shit, fuck this. I'm finna go sit on the couch.
Watch this though. All right, if you're a quarterback needy team, all right, hypothetically, right? Because they said Jackson Dart is going to rise up the chart, which is very likely because he's very, very underrated and he is a dual threat. A lot of people just see him as a character, but if you actually watch him play, he's a true dual threat quarterback. All right. So let's say he's sneaking into the first round.
Okay.
All right. So now you have a situation just like last year, where you have Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, unquestionable 1 and 2. Now, which one going first? It don't fucking matter.
What?
These are 1 and 2.
What?
All right. So the next quarterback needy team is who?
The Raiders.
Okay. So if Jackson Dart moves up, he's going to the Raiders.
Right.
Now, the Raiders has so many holes, it does not make sense for them to trade for a veteran quarterback that had a shitty season.
But what I'm saying, sometimes they would want to get a quarterback that already been in the NFL to teach the rookie. You see what I'm saying?
You're not catching what I'm saying. All right, look, Tom Brady is a minority owner for the Raiders. All right, he has a hand in picking the GM and the head coach.
Right.
He's willing to sacrifice a year with a rookie quarterback to build a team for longevity.
I got you.
I'm not gonna give up pieces to go get a quarterback that looked like ass for a substantial amount of time and got benched for the last quarter of the season. I'm not gonna give up pieces for that when I can build this team.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense for them. Now, trade market wise, maybe the Jets. The Jets may be an option. They may be an option. But I don't see the Raiders sitting there pulling the trigger to go get Kirk Cousins.
I mean, I never saying some names that you got the Jets, you got the Raiders, you got the Browns.
No, the Browns is not gonna sit there and take another ailing quarterback. They just went through this shit with Sean Watson.
But yeah, you're right about that. But
he had all the shit going on.
Right, he got injured again. But you need a quarterback. You tell me.
No.
And on that Cleveland note, I read something earlier this week. Keely, you, Winston, or Ron can correct me
about him rupturing his Achilles.
Yes.
And then
yeah, and the fact that he was caught without his boot on,
Right. So he
that
gonna
might
be out.
get them out of a substantial amount of his money.
Right.
No.
So
see,
would that change the landscape as far as Kirk Cousins is concerned?
So all right. So what's going on with that, right? If they can quote unquote substantiate that he re-injured it without having the boot because they got him on video.
Yeah, they got him on video
without the boot on, right? All right. So for one, that nullifies $92 million of his contract. So that make his cap hit palpable, so they can cut his ass. And 9 times out of 10, that was finna happen. He's about to get cut. Okay. Now, the Browns, they need a quarterback. That's true. They need a quarterback. Are they willing to trade for Kirk Cousins? That's the biggest thing. Like, even though we have the commodity of Kirk Cousins,
I wouldn't.
It's about whether somebody exactly.
Right.
Why trade for him when I can sit there and wait for you to cut him?
But you know how some GMs and head coaches be in rush. They'll be like, "Hey, I want my quarterback now."
The Browns can't afford that. They just like in the history of the NFL, the worst contract ever will go down as the Deshaun Watson contract ever. Like, all right, he been there for 3 years. Out of three seasons, he may have played a total of 1 season.
Right.
Collectively, they cannot sit there afford to sit there and go trade for a Kirk Cousins, and his arm may be gone. They can't afford that. Now, if he get cut, they can go sign him.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And just have a quarterback competition. But they can't afford to go trade for him because if they do that, somebody's getting fired. If Kirk Cousins plays the way he played at the end of this season, somebody's getting fired. There's no if and buts about it.
I think you'll probably see some type of reworking of that contract to facilitate that trade because it's also going to be as much of. I'll say this. This is what I think is going to happen from Kirk Cousins' camp. I don't think Kirk wants to stay no more. Like I think he definitely wants to go somewhere else and play. So his agent will be going out and getting feelers to see who is interested. And at that point, this is why another reason why I think Terry should be fired. Because for some reason that man has a no trade clause coming off an Achilles injury at 36. That's the dumbest, bro. But anyway, with that being said, say if Kirk makes up his mind, I want to go to Vegas, and Vegas for whatever reason wants me, right? I think at that point he will be willing to go back to Atlanta and say, all right, let's make my deal a little bit more cap friendly so we can facilitate a trade that will be beneficial for the Raiders. I do think they will probably go back to the table to restructure so it would make it easier for him to go where he needs to go if someone does indeed want him. I think the messaging is probably going to be, well, it's another year outside the ACL. The ACL plagued him. I was injured. I think that's what the conversation will be from the agent to the prospective teams. And it's the same argument. You need a whole full year to recover from the injury. I think that's going to be the argument for the agent to make the case. But we'll see. I think he'll go restructure.
I need to ask a question right here. Well, a series of questions right here in order to formulate my argument. When David Carr left the Raiders, was he injured?
I think he got benched. I think he just got benched with the Raiders.
Hold on. So Derek took it towards ACL. And to be honest, if a lot of people fail to remember that season that Derek Carr was having, Derek Carr, if he had played the entire season, 9 times out of 10 he would have been the MVP. Derek Carr was having that type of season towards ACL. All right. So then when they brought in, who was it? Gruden? I want to say it was Gruden.
It was John Gruden.
Yeah, when they brought Gruden in, Carr and Gruden were butting head. That's how Carr got about it. That's why they sent him down to New Orleans.
That's how.
Wait a minute.
Carr made the Pro Bowl. Carr made the Pro Bowl his last year as a Raider. The year where he was gone. Because I remember he was healthy. Because Devontae had came there, to play with his boy from Fresno.
And that's why Devontae took him and forced his way out of New Orleans. Because he came to like Devontae and Carr played together at Fresno State.
Right, and
how they got to the league. They got to the league together.
Carr had a Pro Bowl year that year.
Mm-hmm.
But you said, it was the relationship with Gruden. Like Gruden was ready for something different. Gruden wanted to play old school ball instead of spread ball, which is what Carr thrives in. Spread ball. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Split them out wide. Let me pick them apart. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Gruden wanted old Tampa Bay offense. And that's why they were butting head. But
and the Raiders haven't hired a head coach yet, have they?
Not yet.
No, not yet. They're still searching. But they just hired
the GM.
They just
I think they probably lost out on one of theirs because I think they were targeting old boy that went to the Bears initially.
Yeah, he was there. They had him there in the building.
Hold on. Where did Ben Johnson go?
Ben Johnson went to Chicago.
He went to Chicago and
went to the Jets.
The Jets.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Oh, and while we got this space right here, I'd like to welcome Red and James in here. What's going on, y'all? Hey, James, you all right down there, man?
Yeah, I'm good. What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
The devil, y'all got a head full of the devil's dandruff on y'all lawn and stuff down there.
Look, it's snowing so hard down there. James looking like his profile pic.
Man, look, that snow done cleared up and gone, bro.
Damn.
Oh, y'all! It melted. It melted already.
Yeah.
James, you didn't go get some and put it in the freezer, did you, James? Just trying to save it.
Oh no!
Why not? It's gonna be 100 years before it happen again.
Well, that's gonna happen next week.
Shoot,
that's a whole nother storm worse than the one we just got coming right behind it.
Right.
We got another one coming.
Yeah, right behind
it. We should be getting some this weekend coming up.
Wait a minute, boy, I tell you,
climate change like might want to look at that. It's gonna be even worse than what they just got.
Damn,
this is not normal.
Hey, James, y'all gonna have to buy at least one snowplow down there. I know nobody in Florida, Mississippi, Alabama down that way got a snowplow.
Man, they're gonna shut the whole city down like they did, bro.
Man.
They shut the city down for 1 inch of snow.
Dang.
But y'all got some spots down there, man. And if you trying to climb up the hill, especially heading down 65 right before you get into Mobile, them bridges up there, man. They had a picture of somebody up there, man. I'm scared going across them things when it's clear. Hell.
I know what you're talking about.
Bro, the winter is like this, man. This summer's gonna be scary.
It's gonna be hot, boy.
Look like we just gonna. Yeah, just look like we just gonna get some rain Monday because it's gonna be above freezing. So, that's the only thing saving us. But back to the subject. Anybody else want to weigh into the defensive conversation? Because we got into quarterbacks right quick.
Well,
defensive conversation. I just came in, so
what y'all
talking about the defense?
We were starting with the defensive coordinator hire.
Right.
What you think, Jane?
I think they did all right because for the simple fact it is, he had 3 years of tutelage under Robert Sala. Now, the thing is that they're going back to the 4-3 schemes from what it's looking like to fit the build of the team. But along the way, it's gonna be some casualties in this offseason to fit the bill, y'all, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to afford things that you need, or what?
Yeah, to afford things that you need, because for the simple fact it is, I agree with Winston to a certain extent with that contract, but that contract only gonna hurt for a year. So, and it's gonna be it's always gonna be holes on the team. So, with that being said, at hand, you just gonna have to bite the bullet for the year and everything. I agree with Keely that Terry made a stupid ass mistake with that no trade clause for Kirk Cousins coming off of Achilles injury. Because I knew it was gonna take time because it healed up. If you look back at when Kobe tore his Achilles, he was never the same. So I knew it was gonna be time, even though there's two different sports. The Achilles tendon is one of the main injuries in sports that really people don't. They are never the same.
Unless you're
From
AP.
Yeah.
Oh man, Adrian Peterson.
He's the only outlier.
Tore his ACL. He tore his ACL.
So it was ACL instead of an Achilles.
AP Adrian Peterson. He tore his ACL.
Okay.
He tore his ACL, rebuilt that junk, and then came and rushed for 2000 something. AP was just something different.
Yeah, man.
That post you had, like, that's why I couldn't leave him off, man. He just
I get it. So it was a guy who posted that before me, and he said the answer of one got to go. He said it's AP. Now, at first I was like, "You tripping?" And then I sat there and thought about it. I was like, "Yeah, you're right." Like when you sit there and think about it, you're right. Like I'm telling you, like when you sit, I mean, we're splitting hairs because they're on the post is 4 of the like most talented running backs that's ever played. So it sounds blasphemous to say no to any of them, but you can't touch Barry. Like you can't touch him. LT is 3rd in the NFL in touchdowns lifetime. That is Jerry Rice number 1, Emmett number 2, and LT. And honestly, I would say the LT MVP season is more impressive than AP MVP season.
Mine's, I would say the same.
So he can't be touched. That leaves us either him or Marshall Faulk. And Marshall Faulk has scored more touchdowns, mainly because he's a receiving threat as well. But then the other argument is he's played on arguably the greatest offense ever in NFL history. I would say what AP did in his MVP year is more impressive. But if we're looking at the numbers, what Marshall Faulk did in his MVP year is equally impressive because he did all that and he missed 2 games. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it just depends because that man I think he's also like top 10 in scoring all time, Marshall Faulk. So,
I'm gonna say this too. Like when you look at the 4, the way that they ask the question is skewed against AP because AP runs differently than the other 3. The other 3 run very, very similar. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're elusive. It's a make you miss thing, whereas he's more downhill.
The power back out of those 3 is LT. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at a actual power back with breakaway speed, is skewed against him. Yeah, think about like AP, like what 6'6", 6'1". Like,
all right, so let me say this, Winston. You're the coach. You're the coach of a team, right? Of an NFL team.
I'm going.
And you have the option of picking up Adrian Peterson in his prime or Marshall Faulk in his prime. Who do you want on your team?
It depends how the team is.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I put it to you later. All right, if we had the Viking team that AP had, I'm going AP. Now,
Yeah, because they didn't have a quarterback.
Look at the quarterback, Christian Ponder.
Yeah,
Christian Ponder. Like, who even remember Christian Ponder?
Yeah, I get it. Okay, I get your point. It depends. That's valid because if I ain't have a quarterback, then it negates the whole benefit of having Marshall Faulk because he that takes away his receiving threat.
How many Hall of Famers did Marshall Faulk play with? Yeah, Marshall Faulk, Kurt Warner,
Torrey Holt,
Isaac Bruce,
Orlando Pace.
Yeah, he's already in the Hall of Fame. I think there's center in the Hall of Fame, and I think the right guard in the Hall of Fame. That's just on offense. Like, bro, like you had everything. It's like Emmett. Like, all right, if we took and put Barry Sanders behind Emmett's back offensive line, imagine how much damage he would have done.
Hey, I get it. We getting off subject with the defense, but I get your argument. I think it's between him and Faulk. I think it's between AP and Faulk. I think Barry and LT are just untouchable. Like you can't touch them two. But
I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
Well, I took Faulk off because I was, judging running backs and his running ability. So that's why I took Falk off in comparison.
But he was making a lot. He was making people look silly.
Did rush for 1,000 yards and receive for 1,000 yards.
He was making people look silly though. That 2000 year where it was.
When they say greatest show on turf, they did not lie. They did not lie.
And there was another post. There was another post by somebody else. I think this was on TikTok where, oh man, this joker just done. Oh, all you old heads talking about AP and Marshall Faulk and all that. Saquon Barkley is the best running back that's ever been seen. And young, if you don't go sit down someplace.
But I would say this to their benefit. Those four that they chose in particular had probably the most absurd MVP season, like the most absurd. LT MVP season, that man accounted for what, like 33 touchdowns. He had 28 on the ground.
31.
No, but see, you said 30. Hold on.
Hold on. He may have more. I think he had some receiving touchdowns too.
So the 31 is included of rushing and receiving, and what made it 33 with the two he threw.
Yeah, two he threw.
Yeah, so he had 33 touchdowns that year. And then
that's ridiculous. Some teams only score 33 touchdowns in the season.
Bro, Matt has only thrown 33 touchdowns in a year twice his whole career. Then you got the Barry MVP season where he was 30 and then retired after one more season. After he went in MVP, he did it at 30 and
put nobody around me.
And then, which is absurd. Then, of course, AP situation where he had just came off the injury, and then the very next year he has no quarterback. Every team stacking the box against him, and he hits 2K as an MVP. And then with Marshall Faulk MVP, where it was just a show. Like all four of them, their MVP seasons were like, wow, like unbelievable.
You know the crazy shit? Like Detroit is like hit and miss. Like they will smash on a Hall of Famer. And it would take them like 10, 15, 20 years to catch another one. Imagine if Barry and Calvin Johnson was on this Detroit team.
That would be nasty.
Man, you know how many Super Bowls they won? Wouldn't nobody be able to mess with them.
Detroit is basically Atlanta light. They'll show out.
Atlanta North.
They mess it up.
Atlanta North.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get everybody hopes up and then go back home trying to find where the coach live, and they looking for golf right now. Golf is somewhere in witness protection agency right now.
It's golf overseas, huh?
He's somewhere. He ain't in Detroit. I promise you, he's not in Detroit right now.
Golf overseas.
Yeah.
If you know like I know, he better not be.
And that tight end for the Ravens,
There you go.
man, he
Mark
better be in
Andrews.
deep
He is
cover.
not,
One
he is not
Andrews.
in, he is not in Baltimore right now.
No, sir.
He better be in deep cover. What do they call that?
What's that?
He's in the Caribbean somewhere.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, we got the original Raider, group Raider in here, and that's Larry from the Dixon Way. And I
What's
know
up,
he fresh from cussing. I
He
know he
fresh
fresh
from
from cussing.
Hey,
We get a
Because
win tonight?
if
We
I
get a
wasn't
win
with
tonight?
y'all tonight, I would have went over. I would have went over there cussing like hell. Cause I mean, boy, these Hawks stunk the joint up tonight, man. I mean, I don't even know why they play. I don't even know why they play with a roof over there. They ought to let the snow fall in on them so bad they doggone play tonight. Boy,
Yeah, they played like it was a snow day. And the Pistons played like it was a see where we at. It's been a lot of people talking about the Hawks lately, talking about Trae Young and Jalen Johnson being snubbed possibly from the All-Star game. And Cade Cunningham took that personally and dominated the game. And the Pistons came in here, won the game all defense. You know, it was a dominating win by the Pistons.
Larry,
yeah.
I got a question for you. So I'm looking at the box score. It says Trae Young walked out with 13. Did they do something special to him, like as far as how they covered him or anything?
Well, here's the thing. Trae Young was really looking to be an assist guy tonight. If you look at the box score more, you will see that Bogdanovich shot. And I know that's the favorite. That's John's favorite topic, so that's why I brought it up.
He 0 for 9.
If you look at Bogdanovich, and most of his shots was butt naked, wide open. He was 0 for 9, 0 for 4 from 3. DeAndre Hunter 2 for 14. He was butt naked. So Trae Young was like the Pistons. If people ain't been following it, the Pistons are a great wing defense team. They send waves of defenders. You know the Thompson twins. They always. Asur was playing great defense. They had 6'9" Asur Thompson on Trae Young as the primary defender, and then you're switching off between Cade and then Tobias Harris. So there's nowhere to go.
Not a bad game.
If you're Trae Young and you're starting Yeka the Kongu, and you're starting Toyeka. So when you start Toyeka Kongu, he doesn't set picks well. So how are you going to get Trae Young open? Now, conversely, go look at Toyeka Kongu's stat. Who's the new starter? Okay, Toyeka Kongu, 3 for 7, 9 points, 10 rebounds. Did he affect the game?
Had a bad shooting day.
No, the entire team had a bad shooting night. We shot like 15% from 3.
Jalen,
we got 38
of 40.
Yeah. Well, 5 or 38, but basically.
Jalen 8 for 21, Trae 5 for 13.
Yeah. The best offensive player on the court was Dyson Daniels, who they said couldn't dribble and chew gum at the same time.
Dang.
Hey,
I'm gonna be honest.
He's showing his ass.
But see, here's the thing. For me personally, and I know I've been really high on Dyson Daniels more than most people before he even came here. He's exceeded every expectation I have of him. In me, I look at him as our first round pick more than Zach. That's just what I do. I feel like his defense is already elite, even though he got cooked by Cade today. But his defense around the league is elite. If I can get that offense to be just, you know what I'm saying, more than just mediocre, we got us a legit 2 guard for the next 10 years. You know what I'm saying? That it's not a traditional scoring guard. It's more like a defensive wing scoring guard that can actually, he don't need the ball to go through him to just walk into 15 points. You don't have to run plays for him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's an outlet. If he could ever get that PJ Tucker corner 3 and shoot 38%, it would be, because all them little George Gervin flips and finger rolls that frustrate me, they go in.
So he's actually a Bruce Bowens. He could be a Bruce Bowens type.
A Bruce Bowen. Yeah, exactly.
How old is he?
He's
young.
21 years old, man.
Oh yeah, man, he got plenty.
He's
of time.
21 years old. That's why I keep telling people he's 2 years older than Zach, our number one pick. And you know what? I think what's going on right now, we really miss Zach defense. Like the chemistry between Dyson and Zach defensively is a main cog that we're missing right now. Now, offensively, we know that Zach is struggling, but defensively, he's a smart IQ player that rarely be out of position. Now, he might get scored on, but he always give a good challenge. Always has his hand up, and once he do that, he turns around and box out. Fundamentally sound. What we all worry about Zach is that he was drafted to shoot. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be a proficient shooter. He's not that yet. And it's all mental because we see the videos of him being in practice hitting like 20 in a row. So it's not like it's not there, but I think he's shooting different. He's like rushing in the game, but in practice, he got a long, slow stroke, but he makes it. So you know what? I want you to take that long, slow stroke, pause, and I need you to make those shots. You know what I'm saying?
I'm waiting for that pause.
Before Winston say something, because he was sitting there cheesing from ear to ear. He was about to say it. So, but I need, but right now, I think right now defensively, we are missing Zachary Richard's defensive versatility at being 6'9" and a half. Him, Dyson Daniels right there in the front court, we're missing that immensely. But no, they got beat. And the problem right now is we're a poor three-point shooting team who is even worse than what we normally are today. Like this was just a bad shooting night. This one of the games you just throw that thing in the garbage can and keep it moving. Unfortunately, it's our first game back in a minute. So yeah.
Quick question. How tall is Dyson Daniels?
Dyson Daniels is 6'7".
Oh, that's why they interchange so perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that flows. That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. All right.
And then the combination of Jalen Johnson, who's like 6'9", who's like 6'9".
Yeah.
Their versatility together, they were gaining chemistry. So while it doesn't show up individually for the other guys, when you see Zach out, you see something different about the defense. You know what I'm saying? Now you always sitting there like, man, he can't hit the side of the barn. But the reason why we stay in games is because our defense. We're a defensive team right now, whether people like it or not. That's what we hang our hat on. And if we don't have that defensive ability to turn defense to the offense and get in the fast break and get easy baskets, because we're like a top 3 team in baskets, you know what I'm saying, in the paint. But we can't get that because we're horrible in the half court offense.
Let me ask you this. Because I remember me, you had a conversation on your show about a year ago. And I said, the thing y'all need is a 3-and-D wing to actually to get y'all together. You was like, well, that when you were talking about Capella, you were hot at Capella. Like legitimately hot at Capella. But
Capella is what he is, man.
Yeah,
Capella is what he is.
Y'all turn from an offensive team to a defensive team, and like I like that for y'all.
The Pelicans took a major L with that one because we literally traded our perceived best wing defender and got a better defender from him, from the Pelicans. The Pelicans took an L on that trade.
Oh yeah, man, it's not even a question. Like you got Pelican fans trying to justify just when DeJounte Murray finally have a good offensive game, but then he have 9 turnovers. So he had 30 points and 9 turnovers. And it was like, yeah, and they lost the game. And they're like, oh yeah, well, Dyson could never. I was like, yeah, but Dyson would have 6 steals, shut somebody down, and then score 15 points, like, and be plus on the field. Like, you're not asking him to carry no team or nothing like that. He's just trying to be a good defensive guy next to Trey. Now, the problem is that he struggles at hitting open shots. He's not a catch and shoot shooter. And you're going to have to be that to be around Trey Young. To be with Trey Young, you don't want to take the ball out of Trey Young's hand. He is the best playmaker of this generation. To be 6 foot, all right, here's the stats. Trey Young leads the league, and I know John always want to talk about this. on potential assists. Trae Young averaged the most potential assists in the league, and that is 21 points of potential misses that these bums miss. Okay, we don't have any All-Star on this team. Okay, so Trae Young he averaged 12, but it's really supposed to be 21. Okay, so basically nine points off the board every game from Hawks player miss. It was more today because he passed a lot to DeAndre Hunter and a lot to Bogey, and they were throwing up bricklayers trying to build another building or a bridge or something, or crush it down to rocks to put it on the road to get through the ice.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this to anybody who's watching this show, everybody in the comments, subscribe to the Dixon Way for all your Hawks content. Every game, subscribe to the Dixon Way. You hear his analysis. There we go. That's what I look for. You hear his analysis on the Hawks content. Subscribe to the Dixon Way for everything Hawks basketball.
Appreciate you. Kool-Aid make a good point. Plowden is better than Bogey, but Bogey getting more money.
The best live commentary in the game come from the Dixon Way.
Appreciate you, fam. We try.
Hey, if you can drop your link in the chat for everybody that's not subscribe, hit the like button, run out the comment, show them the same love y'all show us.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Oh man, we just trying to make our way, man. Ain't nothing special. We just trying to make our way. I know. I see John up there with it on the tip. Yeah, Bogey is trash this year. It's not just a slump anymore. He's bad. And right now, only thing Bogey is doing is ruining his draft status. I mean, not draft, but trade. His trade status. That's all he's doing right now. That's how bad Bogey been this year. It's bad, bro. Like he coming in and Vit Krejci is a better option than him, like legitimate better option than him. I ain't even talking about cardio goat. And the coach wouldn't even like Vit was cooking, and then the coach said yank him. Oh, okay, you're right, coach. The robotic rotations. Plowden wasn't even on the team this night. He was with the Skyhawks. So the kid that went in, look, he's on a 2-way contract. They don't want to get in a situation that they had with Trent Forrest, where they got to give him a real contract and take up a roster spot, especially when they haven't traded Cody Zeller yet, who's taking up a roster spot. So again, I'm not really a fan of Landry Fields. I think that getting Dyson Daniels possibly saved his job. I don't feel like when you make a powerful offense by getting DeJounte Murray and those many assets away, I don't feel like you deserve to rebuild this team. You know what I'm saying? But he's getting a chance to. So right now, I think the change for Yucca Kongwu and made him, he's a permanent starter now, if you guys didn't know. Yucca Kongwu has been moved into the permanent starter, and we have lost. Now, mind you, we had a 3-game winning streak going into New York when they made that change with Clint Capella starting. Regardless of anything that you feel like Clint is washed or anything, Clint Capella is the best setter of picks on this team. Yucca Kongwu is a show and go, and he's not showing enough. Like he don't put arms to chest on someone. There's no real. It's like pick and slip. You know, he does slip picks. So basically, it's like a cone. They run around him, but he never make contact. He shows it's stand there so Trey can run around him, but he never sets a solid pick. He don't put elbow to chest to someone. You feel me? So Clint Capella does. So you got your best defensive rebounder and best pick player in pick and roll situation sitting on the bench now, thus making the offense kind of sputter now. We've seen it against the New York Knicks yesterday, well, in the previous game, and now we saw it against this. But now Yucca Kongwu is a starter because they want to know if Yucca Kongwu is the future, or do they have to draft their center this year? Because I know there's been at least 2 games that Kyle Korver has been the dupe to watch that 7-2 center. That dude is shooting 82% on finishing plays, either assists in the paint or lobs.
That's
You're
crazy.
talking about a 7-2 version of Clint Capella that's way more athletic, getting at least 2.5 blocks. That's what they want for Trae Young. They want a better version or another version of Rudy Gobert. That's what they want. That is what Quinn has succeeded in with Rudy Gobert. He don't coach defense. He said, "Let me get this generational center, that a shot blocker. That's my defense." So I think that's what they want. I really think that the Hawks. I'm still going to stand on this. I think the Hawks should have drafted Klingon or Khalil Ware, regardless it was number one, because that was their need. They don't have a center. We all know that. They've been playing with two backup centers for the past 5 years. Or 4 years, my bad. Yeah, Congo 4. Yeah, 4 years.
He been up before?
Yeah, he was there in 2021, but he didn't do anything.
Right.
So yeah, he was just a bench player, and barely played. So when I look at the team, I'm just like, okay, it's still gonna take time for JJ to come back, shoulder, and just his aggressiveness. I don't know if you guys know, but Jalen Johnson, well, 6 years, well, now 7 years because he just turned 23. 7 years ago, when he was 16, he was 6'2". Okay, he was 6'2" years old, and he was 6'2", 16 years old in high school. That's why he doesn't have any low post moves. That's why he's growing into his body. He's starting to understand his body. That's why he had to go to work with LeBron to learn some moves as a big man. Because he's still learning his body, guys. We look at him and be like, oh, this dude should be able to dominate in the post. He's never played in the post. That's why he has to get the ball at the top of the key and do that little 3-man weave so he can gain momentum and come down, or on fast breaks. When you see JJ, his best move attacking the basket is a Euro step. That's his best move. He don't have any low post moves. So he got like a little turnaround jumper on the baseline, at the free throw line, but basically he don't have any low post moves yet. So he has to continue to. He has to continue. Yeah, he could work with Dominique.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
I mean, I think he might have, because he's shooting a lot of bank shots on that angle that Dominique used to do. He's been shooting a lot. Like, that's his move on the baseline. Like, he'll drive to the basket, he'll spin baseline and hit a little bank shot, little fade jumper. But other than that, he definitely need to get another low post move. Work with Olajuwon. Even Olajuwon can't move around. He can still teach the fundamentals of what you're supposed to do down there. Like, he just attempted one of Dominique back down, spin to the baseline to shoot the jumper, but he missed it on the bank shot. As I watched the replay. But yeah, the Hawks are young. It's just they're a 50% team, in my opinion, guys. I don't know where that's going to get you in the East this year, because right now, I mean, from 4th seed, my bad, not the 4th seed, but from the 6th seed to the dang on 9th seed is all separated by what, 2 or 3 games? So everybody jumping up.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, everybody. Well, I think the Hawks just went back to 7. They was a 6th seed coming into here. Now they the 7.
Detroit went on top of us.
Yeah.
Tonight
with the loss.
Yeah, with the loss.
Yeah. So Detroit just jumped us. Not got on top of us. They jumped us. No.
Why y'all doing all this pausing? Y'all.
Anyway, I'm just messing up. No, seriously. They dominated us. So that's the best thing about this game is we learned that. Well, we should have been on that, but they only got one ball handler. That's Kate Cunningham. At the end of the game, we started pressuring them, and we got the game back within 10. I think that's something that Coach Quinn can put in his back pocket and say, hey, when we face these guys again, we need to do a little full court or half court pressure to get Kate Cunningham, get the ball out of his hand. Now, I understand why you want to play him one-on-one because you got Dyson Daniels, but he was buttering his biscuits today. So if somebody that hot, get the ball out of hand.
You
know what I'm saying?
You trap him.
Yeah, trap him, get the ball out of hand, make somebody else do it. Yeah, make somebody else score. You know what I'm saying? I would rather you pass the ball out and give it to Tim Hardaway Jr. and let him shoot a goofy 3 and shoot you out of the game, because that's what he was doing. He was 0 for 8. Why won't you do that?
Like that's bad coaching, because if you're hot and you're orchestrating the entire offense, I should trap you as soon as you come over half court and get the ball out your hand, because I have an elite defender. So my elite defender can deny him the ball. Again, I can take him out of the play after that. But as long as he has the ball in his hand, we're at his will. No, get the ball out of his hand and make the other 4 go play basketball.
Yeah. And then Malik Beasley is playing well this season off the bench. Like, he left Milwaukee, went to the Pistons. He actually good this year, so that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, other than that, man, I mean, they just out defensed us, and we shot horrible. And it is what it is. I mean, Jalen Johnson got a nasty dunk, but I mean, other than that, it seemed like it riled up the Pistons.
But Larry, now he had a nasty dunk, but prior to that, he had a weak one. A weak dunk.
Yeah, got it blocked. Yeah. And you know Isaiah Stewart is 6'7". He blocked this shot.
That's my point. And me and somebody else, I'm trying to think of who it was. It might have been that creepy crawler, Clifton Crawley, or whoever it was. I was trying to tell them that, look, JJ, he vacillates. He one time he might go up strong, another time he'll go up weak.
John.
Okay, you just don't know what you're gonna get at the basket with him.
John.
Yeah,
you might have to explain to the people your usage of that word. Yeah, because it sounds very okay.
I didn't say that. I'm surprised that Winston didn't say something.
Now wait.
I be picking up where you be putting them.
Sometimes you just have to explain it for the people.
Does not understand it. It
sounds like some Diddy shit to me.
Damn. Oh boy. But I mean, like the old folks say, he too sometimey for me. He too sometimey, cause he'll go up and it'll be one of the weakest. And the same thing with Double O. Sometimes you go up strong, sometimes you go up weak. And then Double O, I know when he's going up weak, when he's jumping from the spot a two-hand slam or something of that nature, where he's using both feet instead of driving to the basket dunking, he's weak on 2 feet. He's weak.
And that's literally the weakest way you can go up for a dunk. It's going right. 2 feet.
And see, the thing was, now, and I'm just remembering back when I was playing ball, my coach used to get at me about that. Yeah, Harris, you can soar from the free throw line and all that type of stuff, but when you get up under the basket, you got to be able to spring up. And see, that's one thing that I worked on. I mean, I didn't even have to bend down. I got it the way I didn't even have to bend down, and I was just over the basket. I didn't weigh but 160 pounds, but
that's why. That's why you out here like Zachary Ricochet.
I got up there.
Yeah, you out here like Zachary Ricochet.
Yeah. But I got up there. And plus the fact, okay.
That's a good
now,
you on your way.
Hey, look here. Look. Hey, I would be running around people, but if I got caught, if somebody caught me, it was over with. I was done. I was done.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, I was done. Man, look here. I was done. But hey, I was, at that particular age and that particular weight and as slender as I was, man, I hit the floor and bounced right back up. It would hurt for a minute. It would hurt for a minute. But,
and then you just pop back up. Read it off. Run it out, shake it
Yeah,
off, son.
shake it off, put some dirt on it, whatever.
Yeah, basically.
Dirt on it.
But thing is that okay, and I also got to plug my other station, We Talk Hawks, because Larry comes on, gives his commentary and his analysis of the game on the We Talk Hawks channel, and Kool-Aid is in the building. My boy, Kool-Aid is in the building there in the comments there, because we used to be trying to give a more seasoned and older perspective on basketball. Trying to drum a little knowledge into the youngins' heads. But
who just join?
Say what now?
Who just joined?
Oh, I'm not sure. I know Kool-Aid joined a while back. I don't know who joined. I didn't see a joining thing, but I'll check it out because I'm on. I'm on the phone. I think I'm gonna go back to the computer.
Guys, I came in here because you guys was talking about the Falcons. I wanted to get you guys commentary.
Oh, we can go back.
I want to get you guys sorry about the Hawks talk, but I want to get you guys commentary on how do you feel about Jeff Urich being the defensive coordinator. Who's our defensive line coach that we picked up?
Did we pick up one? I know we were interviewing.
We did.
I thought.
Hey, Red, you go first because you ain't spoken yet. But go
ahead, Red.
But
the Red and Rev and Coach show. Red.
Who that was at the bottom?
That's James.
That's James. Right.
LeBron James?
Yeah, that's me.
No, James Holloway. My.
Oh, okay.
Oh, why?
Okay.
Hey, Red, what you got to say about this defensive coach hire?
Oh, Red is away from keyboard.
Okay. Oh, he probably mixing some.
No, he probably muted. Ain't no telling what's going on with Red.
Hey, Red.
Red, are you there? Hello. It's me.
Red. Oh, go ahead, Larry, because James went on here and said what he had to say about it. James, you got anything more on the defensive coordinator hire?
No, I want to hear my boy, the Dixon one.
All right. My feeling of it right now, first initial thought is, didn't we see this some years ago? Like, am I overreacting? Okay, he went to the Jets. At the end of the season, they had like a top 10 defense, but that's with top 10 talent. We don't have that here in Atlanta. We don't have a sauce. We don't have a grown man defensive line that nobody can block. Williams and both.
What is it? Leonard Williams. We don't have.
Yeah, we don't have Williams. You know what I'm saying? Like
Quinn and
we don't. We don't have those guys.
That's it.
Yeah, we don't have those guys. So my thing is Jeff going to be able to coach these guys up? I don't know if you guys saw this, but did any of you guys see the replay? What Jeff said about Raheem Morris last year at the Senior Bowl when they were asking about what do you think about Raheem Morris getting the job in Atlanta? Did you guys see that clip? Oh yeah, I remember when he said it last year. That clip is surfacing again. If you go back and look at last year's Senior Bowl and Jeff Urich saying, "Yeah, man, the Atlanta Falcons got a great coach," and I always talk to Raheem. He's one of my best friends in the world. We always talking. They're getting a real genuine coach down there. He's one of the best coaches in the league, and they're going to have real good success down there. So, yeah, there really wasn't a coaching search, guys. It was, guess what, Jimmy Lake. Sorry, homie, I gotta let you go. Let me go get my real homie, Jeff. It wasn't no coaching search, guys. It was Jeff the entire time. All they did was just have, other guys come in before Jeff did, to make it look like they were looking at other people. But in actuality, it was always Jeff's job. Plain and simple.
I was watching Big Low, and he was talking about his disappointment with the Auburn hire, more along the line of the fact that it is more so a retread of a previous relationship, someone who just bringing back the 2016, 2017 Falcons and whatnot. And I agree with him to an extent. He was like, man, we need fresh eyes, fresh ears, fresh perspectives. Let's, more so. I think with the Ulbrich thing is, if you were in Vegas, to your point, as far as the clip resurfacing and discussing the relationship and all that, if I was in Vegas betting on who the next DC was, I would put my money on Ulbrich. It made the most sense.
Yep.
Who I wanted was Wilkes.
I wanted Wilkes also.
But understand well with the Saleh, I assume he was gunning for a head coaching job, and by the time we could even convince him to be by the time all the head coaching jobs dry up and he's even a candidate, that'll be a gamble. But Wolf, I wanted Wilkes, but I understand how those departures, like how those his last stops ended. I understand how people can form a narrative about him. But the Ulbrich thing, it made the most sense because you have someone who has a very close relationship with Raheem Morris, and he's coming off so much success in the sense that he's had a top 5 defense the last 3-4 years. So the only question is very similar to the Belichick tree when you have all his coordinators go off and become bad, I can't say bad, but don't have success because it's is it more so Belichick or is it more so the talent? And so with him, the question in New York is, was that Saleh, who's also a defensive?
It was.
Or was it Aubrey? So
there's a stat, not to cut you off, there's a stat that was showing that once Robert Saleh got fired, the defense was bottom 3rd after he left. But they stayed there because of the turnovers in the end of the season. They played solid defense and only giving up 7 or 10 points per game on the last 3 games. But overall, the month of November, that bad November that Kirk Cousins had, it also was the Jets had that same type of November. So, and they kind of rectified it at the end of the season, kind of like how the Falcons rectified the offense a little bit when Penix came. But overall, you got top 5 talent on defense. You should have top 5 results. And that's one deficiency that the Falcons have that they don't have. They got bottom half defense talent. And it really don't matter what you scheme up. You got to get the talent. And this is going to be on Terry.
Talent on offense, which we historically
we put all our talent. That's what Terry is focused on. All the talent on offense. So this season has to be the year of defense. We know we need a right tackle, but we need defensive help more. We don't know how Trice is going to come back off an injury. We don't know we don't know what Rook going to do in his second year. Most likely we're going to have him replace Grady, even though Grady is the locker room guy. Salary cap wise, we got to figure out something because my dang going, Terry let Terry cook. Terry said, guess what? Well, we allocated that money for the quarterback position anyway. So regardless on if he's getting paid it or not, or he's sitting on the bench or not, this is what we did when we signed him. We said that we were going to allocate this money for the quarterback position. Now we just have to move forward.
I think he's just positioning.
Terry should have got fired for that statement alone.
But he has to say that because
I know he has to say that. I know that's a spin. I know that's what he told Arthur Blank.
Put that out there.
But what I'm saying is,
for this money, we set him up for a 2-year contract. We didn't get a season from him, but we allocated for this cap hit. The return on investment is trash.
Winston, it's the same conversation we had earlier. It's the same conversation we just had about if we can get Kirk off this roster, right? Any leverage that Terry has, he has to say,
he has to say that. He has to say that.
I'm willing to keep him.
Yes,
he has to pump it, even though we know that that's not his wishes. He has to say
head coach talk. I get that 100%. I get it because you got to prop up your asset. I get that. But for a knowledgeable fan, when you sit there and tell me that we allocated for this, so you just gonna gloss over that you said they paid this man $180 million with $100 million guarantee, and the only saving we getting is the $10 million. We only getting a $10 million saving because y'all put him on the bench so he can't get the injury calls stuff. Like that's a fireable offense because
the no trade clause is a fireable offense.
Same thing that the last regime did.
Yo, this Kirk Cousins coming in for a check.
But here's what I'm saying. The reason he has to say that is because if I'm Cleveland and I'm get left out the quarterback shuffle, I'm not within reach of a quarterback I want. I'm left out the shuffle. I'm thinking about lowballing a 7th round pick for Kirk, right? Terry has to then say, well, I'm willing to keep him. I'm prepared to keep him so that so it's just leverage, so you can't lowball him. Will it work? Probably not, but he has to say that for that reason.
Larry, he coming in with the poo shiesty.
I'm not knocking that at all because that's GM talk. You have to prop up an asset to make it attractive for somebody else. But for an actual fan that actually knows football, knows numbers and stuff, what you did will put us back in the exact same situation that we just got out of.
Well, he did put us in the Matt Ryan situation. We back there. One thing I will say though.
Hold on. To be honest,
we're in
a worse situation than what we was before you got here. You're in a worse situation than what we was before you first got here.
What up, Tidy?
And now, and Tidy, shout out to Tidy. Shout out to Tidy.
We done drawn him in.
Almost negative $11 million in cap. Okay. Beyond that, you only have 4 draft picks.
But Winston, we had to sit for 2 years on that money.
A shiny toy, a shiny carrot, and hold somebody that want to nibble on it. If it doesn't happen, then what? All right, so then you had to cut Grady. All right, if you cut Grady, who's going to fill on Grady on spot? Root?
We can't say it worse than the previous. We had to sit 2 years on Matt money, and Matt had the largest.
It was Matt and Julio money. Let's get it right.
2 years on Kirk Cousins money.
No,
because we didn't
get a whole year out of
Kirk. Didn't we have to give up? Who was the linebacker? Who was the linebacker we had to give up because we couldn't afford?
We just have to sit 2025. Because we have to sit 2025. We don't have to sit.
It started with an O. I know you were talking about. He went to Jacksonville, became I can't remember his name.
Oluokun. If Kirk
Oluokun,
cut, they're gonna be split up. So that's
what I'm saying. His money for 2026 is number 10 mil, ain't it? His hit for 2026 is number 10, right?
No.
That's the bonus. That's the bonus.
All right. So what's all right.
So the way Kirk money is set up, all right. Kirk got paid overall. He got paid 62 this year for not finishing the entire season. He got paid $62 million for 13 games, 14 games.
Next season is 30 something. He get a $10 million roster bonus that'll take it to 100.
And the following year is 10.
Yeah.
Spotrac is saying that his cap hit next year is 40 million, then 50.
Yes, 40 million. Yes, 40 million.
But the guaranteed money is 28 next year. The cap is 40. What you're trying to do is either trade him or you're gonna have to make him a post June 1st cut by March 15th. And he gets
I could have sworn that they said I could have sworn that they said that it was structured where all the guaranteed money was in the first 2 seasons.
No, it's 90 million guaranteed in the first 2, and the third year it was 10 million. See what I'm saying? So he get a
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, he get a roster bonus, and that roster bonus it guarantees the 10 million.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing, guys. If you trade him before March, then all that 40 million come on. If you trade him after June the 1st, then you get to split it at 20 million each.
It's March 15th.
No, they said after June 1st, you split it what is 20 and 30.
But the designation, it has to happen
25.
by March 15th.
Oh yeah, 25, my bad. Yeah.
If we don't cut him in March 15th, if he's still on the roster, March 16th, you can't make him a post June 1st cut.
Oh, you can't?
Okay, I see how it's structured. So they're saying
I got you.
2026 of that 45 million, only but 10 million is actually guaranteed. And the same thing for 2027.
He's already been paid 62 million.
All right, guys. I think the best thing that happened is that this is a weak draft for quarterback. So, and it's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks to the point that even Cleveland is desperate. They might be able to actually get off of Deshaun Watson money. If you guys didn't see, Deshaun Watson was doing a TikTok video with his fiance and took his boot off and left his boot off. Oh yeah, they might be able to avoid his contract now. Possibly the worst contract in professional sports history. I am so glad that Terry Fontenot did his job and failed like he normally fails. So we don't have that contract on our book.
Now, Larry. Well, let me say this, and
I know that was an Arthur Blank. Before the chat get crazy, I know it was an Arthur Blank move. I understand, but I'm just glad he failed.
Okay, now this is the thing, and then let me see, Red. I want to see what you got to say about the DC hire, but I'm gonna say this now.
Add Heidi too.
And then let me introduce. Well, I did.
Yeah, introduce Tidy, man. Y'all make sure y'all go to the Bird Gang. Bird Gang.
All of y'all that don't know, down in the bottom right corner is the man himself.
The bottom right corner, not the top left. Bottom right.
The bottom right corner is the myth, the legend, the man himself, Mr. Tidy Jones, head runner of the Atlanta Bird Gang. Find him on YouTube. If you're not subscribed, please go subscribe. Hit the like button. Run up his comment. The man put out great content every time he step on the stage. If you follow him on Facebook, he got 2 groups. One group, all he putting out is articles, informative information all day long. I follow him. Y'all should too. Show him the same love y'all show us, man.
Larry, can I borrow some applause from you, sir?
Oh yeah, my bad. Hold up,
Mr. Tidy Jones.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I just do the what's the name? Applause button has been worn out.
Good evening, everybody.
What up, fam?
What's up, Tidy?
All right.
Now let me sound like an episode of the Quiet Song. Good evening.
Now let me say this about.
All right, Hugh.
Let me say this about the Deshaun Watson situation. What Cleveland agreed to is not what we agreed to.
Oh no, it's not.
As far as what was paid to Deshaun Watson, it was me not knowing exactly what it was or wasn't or whatever, but it wasn't what Cleveland leapfrogged us to sign.
They were desperate.
Yeah, they were desperate to get him, and they went on ahead and they just bagged the truck up him. All right, so that's that.
Yeah.
So the jury's still out on Terry Fontenot. Okay, the jury's still out on Terry Fontenot as far as his overall acumen, what it is that he does and how it is that he conducts business. It's still out because just like I said,
out for who? Out for who?
Well,
I
it's
mean,
out
look.
for me. Yeah, well, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it like this. And you all, hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion. You guys may agree or disagree or whatever, but it's out for me because of the fact that it was pointed out. It was pointed out that Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith had equal power, and Arthur Smith didn't have to ask Terry Fontenot for anything. Okay, he went and from what we were being told, Arthur Smith took the bullet for most of these roster decisions and told them, his general manager, make the money work. Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And see, now if that's the case, my farting on the elevator analogy fits perfectly. I don't know who did it. All y'all in there stink. Okay. Only thing I know, they opened the door and somebody farted. All right. Who did it? I don't know, but I can't get on this car. Y'all going on upstairs and y'all just going where y'all going and add out. All right. So
that would be that's just real confusing. Though. Like I just don't.
Yeah,
understand.
it is.
No, I'm just saying from this standpoint, like what standing or reputation does Arthur Smith have to warrant
circumventing?
To oversee,
to be on equal standing with a general manager,
or to oversee any GM. Both of them are in their first. They have no experience. They have no history, no success that predates them. So I don't understand the logic of a first-time head coach who's never had any success prior to that usurping a GM and any type of
and Keely, the problem was you still
like
had
I heard
Rich
that
McKay.
You
still had Rich McKay on top of both of them.
That was the real GM.
John, do me a favor.
Okay.
Go back to the comment before this one from Wallace. All right. I'm not trying. I love you, brother. I love you. And you are the forever optimist. But let's really look at what Terry's done. All right. For one, a lot of people give credit to Terry for clearing the cap. The cap was going to clear itself. It didn't matter who we had at the gym. The cap was going to clear itself. All right. Now, your very first pick, when you knew that you needed a quarterback, and you had a quarterback class with trash that year. Okay, I understand it. You knew you needed an edge rusher too. You took none of the above and we got a tight end at number 4. Now, what you could have done was traded back because what the holes that you needed, you didn't see the value there. You could have traded back, accumulated more draft picks to set yourself up in the future. You could have picked a mid-first round edge rusher or mid-first round cornerback or mid-first round safety.
Winston, you're dancing around the fact.
Winston, you doing too much, Winston.
Yeah, you
knew that Julio wanted to leave and Jamar Chase was staring you right in the face, smacking you in the back of the head. And you didn't want to draft him.
Y'all are doing the most. Like he drafted a tight end at 4. That's it. That's the fireable offense there. He drafted a tight end at 4.
Do we know for sure that Terry drafted that guy?
That's my point.
Hold up.
We don't know that.
There you go, Tidy.
We don't know for sure. However, Tidy did provide evidence to it. We do not know for sure. However, Tidy did provide evidence that suggests it was Terry's idea. On Tidy's show, he did play that video where it did appear that they were in the war room where Arthur Smith was disappointed that
he went like this. Arthur Smith went like this, and Terry was.
Yeah, we got our guy. Yeah,
that's a fact.
So let's fast forward to 2024 draft. Okay.
Not a unicorn, a donkey. But yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Now
The horn in the wrong end.
you still
Basically.
have the same issues that you had when you first started drafting for this team. You still have the same issues. You don't have a quarterback. You don't have you went got
You got a quarterback
Cousins.
now.
You went got Cousins. Okay. You still don't have an edge. You still don't have a cornerback too. You still don't have a strong safety. You got Justice Simmons.
You don't have a cornerback too?
Yeah, cornerback too.
You don't think Mike Hughes was serviceable?
Serviceable and
Serviceable, yeah.
He was an upgrade over Okuda.
Yeah, he was better, but that's the thing. That's
I mean, you're not going.
that's the
rare to have two
that's
elite
the poverty franchise mentality.
No,
because
it's real.
But everything that you speaking on,
he definitely was a step above Okuda. I'm not negating that at all.
But everything that you're speaking on, you pretty much know everything you're speaking on is still his opinion at the end of the day.
You send his ass on the field, he's rotisserie chicken.
Winston, how many teams have two elite corners?
I don't need an elite corner. I need a comparable corner.
I would say he's comparable. Like he's competent. He's not elite. Like
if you send Mike Hughes up the field, following somebody anywhere beyond 15 yards, his ass is cooked. He's cooked. D. Alford was just atrocious all year long. Like the first seven games of the year.
Oh my God!
When team were targeting D. Alford, they had a 153.8 passer rating. That's a perfect passer rating. It does not get no better.
Well, Mike Hughes isn't D. Alford. Those are two different players, but we'll agree to disagree so you can keep on your roll though. You continue your roll on Terry. We just agree to disagree. If you take every number 2 corner in the league, I don't think he's in the bottom 5 or bottom 8 or bottom 10.
No, I put him like
he's an average number 2 corner
beyond 15. He's somewhere between like 15 and like 21, 22. He's
guys, can we just talk? Look, let's talk about this in 2021. 2021, Kyle Pitts was drafted number 4. Number 5, Jamar Chase. Number 6, Jaden Waddle. Number 7, Penei Sewell. Number 8, Jace Horn. Number 9, Patrick Surtain II.
JC Horn.
Vontae Smith. Smith. Micah Parsons was drafted number 12.
I mean, we can overanalyze that draft. It was
right. We all that
draft. There was a
Patrick Surtain.
You had
Patrick Surtain was drafted 9. Guys, it's like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all pros drafted after Cal Donkey Pitts.
And the lineman that the Chargers took, he made
there's Tony.
Yeah. Penei Sewell.
No, not the Lions. I'm talking about the one that the Chargers took.
Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, Slater.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
And the only reason why this is even an argument is because Pitts didn't pan out. That's all. Now, had he had a season like he had his first season, had him season ever since, we wouldn't even be having this fucking conversation.
But there were signs that it wasn't going to pan out.
You still had the same.
There were signs that it wasn't going to
like every hole that we had came in here. We still have these same holes. That's the issue. That's the thing. People not
with the exception of quarterback, right?
The same holes that we had when Pitts came in, we still have these same holes outside of quarterback.
Oh, okay.
And we just fixed that with Michael Penix.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, we still got the same hole.
No, I think we got wide receiver fixed.
We have
wide receiver straight, man.
I'm good.
Man, I wish we could have kept Holland.
I'm good with wide receiver.
Okay,
but you hold on, watch it. You sit there and literally sit there and tell me that you wouldn't take Jamar Chase over any wide receiver that we have.
I would, but I don't think that would have been the right pick neither. I think Sewell would have been the actual best pick for us in hindsight.
I do.
Pernell Sewell or Michael Parsons was literally the only picks we should have made.
No, I would say
Yeah.
I would say it would have been nice to have Surtain too. There's a couple of them. Surtain would have been nice.
Huh,
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but I'm just saying, like, for the Falcons,
would have been a great pick.
Falcons at that time, Pernell Sewell could have literally moved Jake to his natural position, which was right tackle. You know,
I think when you invest a first round pick in both tackles, it's going to be hard to then draft another tackle in the first round. Like you just drafted Caleb not that far before that draft.
I think they would have kept Sewell at guard until one of those tackles moved off.
You would have had to play left guard.
No. Purnell would have been the right tackle. Like McGarry wasn't drafted then.
No, he did. McGarry was here.
McGarry was drafted.
Yeah, McGarry was here.
McGarry was drafted with
what's his name?
He just wasn't that good then.
Okay, well, anyway, man, if I could have got Penei Sewell out of Oregon, that would have been the move.
I'm just saying, you just put the first on both.
I would have had Lindstrom and Penei Sewell.
From McGarry.
I mean, that's the driving force of Detroit Lions. That is literally the driving force. So I mean, he keeps. Well, he tried to keep golf clean.
I mean, 340 out there running, catch a pass.
But either way, we can do a draft analysis breakdown of Terry Fontenot and his lack of, Richie Grant. At least Honor Ebiketie started to turn the corner at the end of this season.
Richie Grant.
Richie Grant was a second round draft pick. So yeah, that's a bust.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's missed more than he's made.
Drew Diamond, he hit with Drew Diamond. Hit with Drew Diamond. I agree. You're gonna have to pay him. Richie Grant, he's about to go out the door. Open Deja. Ain't nobody even heard of him the entire season. You got Javon Gwynn that keeps fluctuating in and out of the practice squad.
Yeah.
Like you're not picking players that stick with the team.
But let's just be honest. He is still here. We haven't heard about his extension or anything like that. He's still here because he drafted Michael Penix and he drafted Bijan. And those are the two cornerstone, the marketable guys. Those are going to be his Matt Ryan and Julio Jones for the next 10 years. I think that's what he saved his job on, guys. I hate to say it, but I really think he saved his job by getting those guys.
Larry, but can you grade GMs on top 10 picks?
No, I don't think you should. I think that on top of getting Jesse Bates probably saved his job.
Hey, excuse me, gentlemen, hold on. I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Somebody had some device up.
I've been muted most of the show.
Skip.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Testing.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Oh, it's gone. Seems like it's gone now. Hello.
Maybe
Hello.
I just muted. Hold on.
Marla, it's not about Gwen being a top pick. It's about Gwen being a pick. That's the biggest thing. Like, you're making picks that do not stick with the team. So what are you drafting them for? You're drafting people that are not contributing to the team. And majority of your picks are practice squad level talent. That's what's going on. You got D'Angelo Malone. He was buried. Outside of special team, he was buried. And a few times he got to play this year, he showed up. But then he had a cost a penalty against.
I'm still hearing it.
Yeah, I'm hearing it too. It's a little clip.
Yeah, I'm still hearing. Now I got to let Red and Tide expound on this uninterrupted, because we'll we'll get off the expressway and then a car cut in front of us and then another car come and nobody ever have a clear lane to ride down the street and it's snow on the ground. So hey Red, go ahead and talk to us, because I know you need a little bit of time to cuss uninterrupted.
Hold up. Who's up in the top right?
That's Tonio.
Hey Tonio,
and Tonio got to talk about it too.
Yeah,
because Red, I know Red was supposed to be next.
Quiet room, bro. Ain't no TV on or nothing.
Oh man! All right, you concentrating.
When John
you might have feedback.
No, when John was just talking, his icon was lighting up like he was talking.
Yeah, I'm explaining. He said he's in a dark room, a quiet room. I was saying there could be feedback on the mic.
Oh, my mic?
No, sometimes
Antonio.
Like,
I think it's Antonio.
When you're listening on the same device with the mic, when the speaker is on the same device with your mic, you'll get that.
Oh,
feedback.
Okay. Well, might be me. All right. Hey, Red, go ahead and say something, man.
Oh, okay. Well, fellas, been enjoying the debate tonight. Everybody pretty much done made some excellent, great points. I pretty much agree with pretty much everybody, especially when we talking about Terry dumb self. But bottom line, Jeff Ulbrich, what do I think about the hire? It's not the hire I wanted. It's not the hire I would have made. My choices were Wink, whatever the man, Winkdale Martin from Michigan, and the young guy from Pittsburgh, Grady Brown. I thought if I was picking, I probably would have went those routes, since both of those guys come from the Ravens organization and the Steelers organization, two organizations that's deep in defensive philosophy. So I probably would have made those moves. But I'm not surprised at the move Raheem made. Like I say, you look at who made the hire, then how do I feel about the guy who made the hire? That'll tell you everything I think about the hire. Like I say, he just keeps hiring, keeps making these safe picks, these friendly hires, people he had relationships with. He's too afraid to get out there and make a hire with somebody he doesn't have a relationship with. Somebody will probably give him a little pushback when he makes these dumb, asinine decisions he makes on the sideline. So with that being said, it's just Raheem trying to resurrect our 2016 championship team minus Dan Quinn, Shanahan, and a few other pieces that were really important. He just bringing guys back. That's all he doing, just bringing guys back. So I know Jeff Ulbrich had the Jets defense top 10, but pretty much like folks said, we don't have the players the Jets have. We don't have the defensive philosophy the Jets have. So, I mean, unless we bring in all of that with Jeff Ulbrich, I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like our defense is all of a sudden going to jump from 20 or worse to all of a sudden top 10. So it is what it is. Our strength is offense. Our strength will always be offense. I got a quarterback now, so all I can do is just look for the positive in that and just pray to God Raheem don't mess this thing up, because if he don't, I feel my offense can carry us somewhere next year, but we don't need a little defense. I just don't have no faith in Raheem or Jeff Ulbrich giving it to us, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Hey, Tidy, what you got to say on this?
Well, John, I think it was me and you about 2 weeks ago. We was pretty much in agreement. I didn't really have like a big, huge opinionated preference on it. I just, whoever they brought in, just hopefully they can vastly improve the defense. But if they were to ask my opinion, which they never do, I'm kind of like Red. I would have said Wink Martindale. From my research on him, when he did have the players, he was kind of somewhat consistent in fielding a high level defense. So that's the guy that I would have preferred if I had a voice in the room. He do a lot of he pretty aggressive as far as sending blitzes and getting to the quarterback, which is always our Achilles heel. But really, I'm more concerned with just getting talented players on defense. As odd as it may sound, I think that's going to actually supersede whoever they bring in for the defense coordinator, which is obviously Jeff Overage now. But I think more importantly, we need to do a good job in the draft, get some defensive guys in here, and whatever money we can spend in free agency and get some good guys in here. Because I really think the Falcons' issue on defense is really more Jimmy's and Joe's and not X's and O's, in my opinion. So I just want them to do a good job this this off season, bringing in more talent on the defense. And another thing, I don't think this defensive coordinator job was very attractive, and that might be a truth bomb, but I don't think it was very attractive to a lot of top level guys that were available, like a Robert Saleh, even maybe Steve Wilkes. He might have just interviewed for the job as a formality or for some leverage, but it just wasn't an attractive job. Now, if Zach Robinson had left somewhere in the offseason, I think we probably had our pick a little for the offensive coordinator, because that's a way more attractive job than coaching a defense where you only really got one or two guys who really about that action. But that's all I got on it.
And Tyler, let me ask you this. All right. Now you settled the cap and all that. Now you have a new incoming DC with a struggling defense. Would you make the move to cut Grady to create cap space to try to get somebody else in, or to try to get draft picks to draft somebody? How would you go about it?
I would be forced to, unless he's willing to take a very significant pay cut. You'd have to trade him or cut him. You just have to get off that salary at this point. As much as you hate to do it, it's one of them things that's probably gonna have to happen, unless he just decides he's gonna take a big pay cut.
Yeah, I was about to say, you ain't got no choice at this point.
Pretty much.
Good.
Hey, Tonio, you got anything to say on this? Did you have a chance to speak on it unencumbered? Tonio.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, did you have a chance to speak on this subject?
I'm like, when it comes to the whole defensive coordinator hire, like, if the organization don't understand that we need to have some new eyes and ears in here, and somebody that's not, that these players are not familiar with, somebody that's gonna be new, and somebody that's gonna have, new ideas and different ways of pushing these dudes and training them up, then, I already had a feeling that the Falcons was gonna Falcon regardless. But am I upset about it? I mean, it is what it is, just like everything else that come with this, because at the end of the day, regardless of what decisions they make, we still going to be fans at the end of the day, so we pretty much just got to deal with the bullshit as they give it to us. So that's how I see it. Whatever the Falcons do and whatever that front office do, we just got to take it with a grain of salt and keep it moving.
Yeah, that's basically what we're saddled with. Having to accept people who are in positions getting paid millions of dollars to make these type of decisions, to make a good decision for the team. Otherwise, one way or the other, it's ridiculous. Hey, well, what's up, Larry? What you got?
Just wondering, since we're in the off season, I know the playoffs still going on, but the Falcons are openly in the off season. I like to let you guys know that there shouldn't be any delays in training camp. That build has been done before this training camp. So yeah, we shouldn't have that excuse anymore. What are you guys looking forward to, not only in the combine, since that's coming up? What do you think that we should do? Should we draft pass rusher? or should we secure the right tackle for the future? Since that is Michael Penix's blind side, because McGarry almost got that boy chopped in half in that last game, as we saw. So, what do you guys thought? Are we gonna finally address pass rush in the draft? Me personally, I think we need to go at the linebacker. If Jalen Walker is there, you better run up there, moonwalk up there, and hand him that card. There could be some edge rushers. The one out of Texas A&M, they keep Stewart. They keep earmarking him to us, but I think Jalen Walker's sideline to sideline ability. I know he plays outside. He really plays all over. I think he can play middle linebacker. I think he won the Buckets Award, so he was the best linebacker in the country. Following, N'Kobe Dean and Roquan Smith legacy as Buckets winners. And I feel like he would definitely be the future linebacker of the Falcons. If he's there, you better run up there and moonwalk. That's one thing that we definitely need. We need a linebacker who could be. And if we're gonna run, if we're gonna keep running a traditional 3-4, we need a zero technique in the worst way. We need a zero technique in the worst way.
Okay,
we don't have nobody who could. We don't have no one who can eat up space, who can take up in the A or B gap. And
are we doing a 3-4 this year?
Okay.
No, well, that's another thing we got to find out what year.
I think we're going 4-3.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But let me ask you something, Larry.
Let me go after you, John.
What about Storm Norton on that right tackle side?
No.
Have we? They've been subbing him in and out.
No.
Yeah, I mean
he's a free agent.
Okay.
I
don't think McGarry is that bad. But
let me answer Larry's question, and
go ahead.
Me and Red gonna definitely disagree here, but I think we would, not that we far from it, but we probably be truly the dumbest franchise in NFL history if we take a right tackle this draft after you done went with 4 consecutive skill position guys on offense. The Achilles heel of this team is obviously defense. The offense is very, very good. I won't be a homer and say they're great, but they're very, very good. Offense can win you a bunch of games. You have to take a guy on defense this draft, whether that be the guy you think is the best corner, the best linebacker, the best defensive lineman, the best pass rusher. It has to be somebody on that defensive side of the ball that you go and get a first-round talent with. As far as Caleb McGarry, I've been his bodyguard the last year and a half. I really don't think Caleb is as bad as our fans make him out to be. I'm not saying that he's Panay Sewell or nobody, but he's not as bad as the fans make him out to be. If you go watch those last 3 games that Penix played in, Chris Lindstrom gave just as much up on pass protection as McGarry did. If you really go watch them games, Lindstrom was worse than I won't say worse, but he was just as bad as Caleb was. Caleb, I really think at this point, you gotta at least allow Caleb to show you he can't do the job before you go take a first round talent at pass rush. At right tackle. One last thing. If you draft a right tackle in the first round, man, you got to be going to get some guy that that guy, Joe Alt. And at pick 15, he probably don't come in and be a better right tackle than McGarry. But that's my thought. Go ahead, Keelan.
I'm going to echo basically the same sentiment. I don't think McGarry is as bad as people say he is. You can't have a Pro Bowler at every position. Like, you're going to have some regular Joes mixed in with some of your all pros and Pro Bowlers. And the question is he serviceable? And I don't know if you're going to find anybody in the draft that's going to be at 15 that's going to be a better right tackle than what you got. I'm not that down on him. I think we don't know what Raheem and the coaching staff saw and their defensive picks before they got hurt, as far as Trice and Dorless.
I would love to know.
Yeah, so depending on that, I think will be the urgency for a rusher, because you don't want to overdraft a position. If they hit defense the rest of the draft, even though they went quarterback. If one of those guys, or Ebikadi, or Zach Harrison, if any of those can be a serviceable rusher in a 4-3, something that fits better the talent. If that can be the case, then at that point, then we probably just overdrafted when we had serviceable defensive ends on the roster already. So I like the idea of like Larry said, if Jalen Walker is there, I feel like you have to take him at 15. And I'm seeing a lot of projections where like they're linking us where how it's gonna line up where he may be there. I like that. I think if you can move Ellis to outside instead of having the responsibility in the middle, he's shown that he can get to the quarterback pretty regularly. If you can bring in someone that can take those Mike duties and let him go to the outside, I think that frees him up. We don't know it's just that we have so many edge possibilities from Troy Anderson. He may be a watch. He may be able to turn into one. You got Dorless, you got Trice, you got Ebikadi, you got Harrison. When you drafted so many rushers, like somebody has to pan out of what is that? 6 of them, 7 I named?
Yeah. And tighty.
But do they really have to pan out?
Hold on.
Yeah, I hope they pan out. But
let's get this straight now.
The numbers suggest
if
you pick 7 or 8, somebody got to turn out just by the numbers.
And tighty, I don't disagree with you as far as what we need to do. I disagree with you as far as what I think we're gonna do. But as far as what we need to do, I'm in agreement with you right now.
I got you.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do want to see. Well, I put it to you like this. A lot of fans sit there and hold McGurry first 2 years as the basis for their judgment of McGurry instead of his actual career as his basis of judgment. All right. Now, because we only have 4 draft picks, and before we got into that predicament with the whole Kirk Cousins, we lost a draft pick and all that stuff, I was saying it was going to be a right tackle. Okay, we cannot go that route. It has to go defense. All right. Now, the edge that we want probably will not be there. Now, what could be possible is Malachi Stark, the safety from Georgia.
Yeah,
he could be there, and that probably would end up being the pick. If he's there, that'll probably be the pick.
At 15, Winston?
Hold on.
No way.
Malachi Stark said he's gonna get past 10. In my opinion.
In every draft and every mock draft that I've done, Malachi Stark has gone before Javon Walker.
I don't care about a mock draft. You got to look at what teams actually need. Which teams?
I feel you on that.
Hold on.
But mock draft.
Hold on, Winston. Are you going to draft? Winston, are you going to draft? If both of them on the board, who you drafting? If both of them on the board, who you drafting?
Between who?
Malachi Starks or Jalen Walker, who you drafting?
Me personally, I'm going Ed.
Okay. Based upon this draft order as it is today, I don't think he's falling to 15.
But when I'm saying it, because Ed is a more coveted position. Yeah, look like all right, hierarchy.
If he's not there, that boy from
in draft, quarterback, edge, blindside protector. That's the hierarchy in draft. Point blank period. If one of these 3 need to be filled, that's going to be filled.
Yeah.
I need to go get it. Okay, so then we say
we're not drafting a wide receiver.
No, I ain't gonna get no.
We are talking about Terry Fun though.
Yo, if Terry go draft an offensive player in the first round, I'm coming to Georgia.
I put the draft order in the chat. I mean, in the private chat. Based upon this, I don't see how he falls.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, somebody drilling.
Yeah, I hear that.
I was on mute.
Yeah, I hear that. They don't.
I was on mute too.
No.
Okay, it went away. It might have been
somebody
me.
just stopped it. I don't know what happened, but somebody
It might have been me.
But ain't nobody re-signing no Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons ass is on the way out the door with Richard Grant.
I don't know, man. If it's cheap, they'll do it. If it's cheap, they'll do it.
I think
there's
if
no
he's
purpose in it because Hellum comes back this year. So if you draft another safety, then you have all that time.
Has Hellum shown that he's a better
option? I think they would rather leave Justin Simmons there than count on Simmons. Hellum, and they'll work Hellum's in, but I don't think they're ready just to give Hellum's a job. If Justin Simmons comes cheap,
that's the whole purpose of drafting another safety.
Oh no, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think Malachi Starks will be there. But I would love Malachi Starks on here, but not over Walker. That's why I asked which one you draft. If both of them sitting there right now,
I'm going
Walker.
Okay. Like that's the problem. We don't address the three pivot positions until we absolutely have to, and we keep striking out on it. Because you just dress everything else, you done got your ass out of position to go get a premier whatever that you're missing. That what became draft edges. Atlanta habitually cannot draft an edge rusher.
Yeah.
Outside of Vic Beasley for his one season. Well, I give him two. I give him 2 seasons. One season dominant. Another season was,
and that one season was suspect.
Yeah, but it was okay though. It was okay.
Yeah.
By Falcons terms, it was okay.
It was great.
It was okay till we found out.
But he had one season that was actually dominant, like NFL wise dominant. So outside of that, like, who have we actually drafted that was that guy? We haven't drafted
nobody.
We didn't trade
nobody.
No, we got
Patrick Kearney.
Patrick Kearney was
put a time frame on this, Larry. Who have we drafted in the last 10 years?
Kearney was drafted.
Nobody.
Drafted when Chuck Smith drafted.
Yeah, Chuck Smith was drafted too.
How long ago?
Nobody.
There you go. We doing last 10 years.
Like me.
In the last 10 years.
Say the social media era.
Player have we drafted in the last 10 years?
Chuck Smith was drafted.
Nobody but me.
He was drafted 92. 92 was a very good year. 92.
Larry, we cut you after we drafted you.
Man, Chuck Smith got drafted, got a beeper, and did what he did. Like, that's the same era. That's the same era.
Yeah, he drafted no impact defensive players since the 90s.
With a long extended antenna. That's that era.
And Chuck was a second round pick too.
Yeah, Chuck was a second round pick.
That's why I say I stripped it on offense for the longest time. We ain't trying to build a defense. We've
never. I think Matt had 2 top 10 defenses in his career as a Falcon. So yeah, I mean, we've never counted. We never thought about defense.
It depends on how you count the defense.
Had we used these last few picks that we don't been in the top 10, had we used all of them on defense, I would have said, yeah, our defense should be turning the corner right now. But we ain't drafted on defense.
But
we ain't drafted well on defense.
You got to be honest with yourself though, because if we did that, then you be sitting there saying, "Well, the hell going on with the offense?"
Well, I
don't know what I would say because we ain't never seen it.
But their justification for the Matt era because the thought process was give Matt weapons.
We didn't draft it.
After that season, we got our ass kicked by the Falcons.
We didn't draft it. We didn't draft Bijan. I mean, so say we got Michael Parsons. Well, Let's say we got Panay Smith,
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter.
We had Michael Parsons and Jalen Carter. Oh my goodness. With Grady?
That's
But
my
with
point. If we
All
building,
pro Jalen
if-
Carter. I just wanted
if
the
we
record to show he's
building
all
a
pro.
defense,
What
those are the
offense,
guys
though?
we would have drafted.
Let's say if Calvin really don't start betting, he don't get in trouble.
That's even
Exactly.
better.
But
Our
I'm saying,
teams are
like,
way
but
different.
what
I
offense?
don't think Calvin
You
really
don't have
turned
a
out to be
quarterback.
like
You don't have a quarterback. You don't have a quarterback.
he wasn't.
We can't blame Calvin really. He went to the place where wide receivers die. Okay. Tennessee is where wide receivers' careers go and die.
Well,
But I mean,
Harry Douglas,
he had to go.
Julio.
He had to
I
go.
mean, countless. They'll give you money and you will die.
Hold
I
on.
don't know if
This-
Calvin
this-
really would have
this is
ever
what-
been
this
a
is what
Jamar
people
Chase as a
fail to
one.
understand.
I just don't know if
Calvin
he had
really
that.
had
Hell
to
Oh no,
no.
I don't think. No, I don't think that either.
Absolutely not.
Calvin
number
really
2.
had to leave from Atlanta because somebody broke in his house during one of the games. But his
I
old
mean,
lady-
regardless of the mental
That's
part,
why
I
he
don't think
left.
he just had that.
That's why he left.
top
Because
tier
his old
talent.
lady was not.
No.
He didn't feel safe.
he didn't
being
have
out
that.
there.
That's why he fell
Well,
off.
ask Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence definitely missing.
Okay, Larry. I'll say this: do you think at any point in Ridley's career where he would have been regarded as a top 10 receiver?
No,
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
What
Yes.
evidence? What evidence?
I
or
think he
what
was a
season
top
have you-
10 route receiver, like
His-
route runner, but
his
not
last
a
season,
top 10 wide
if-
before
receiver.
he got hurt.
If
His
he don't
last season here
if
before
he don't
got
get suspended, if he don't have to take the mental health leave, he was on that path.
He was averaging 50 yards a game before he left.
No, but that's why I said if he don't take the mental health leave, you got to erase that out of the equation because he was dealing with that whole house break in during that time.
I get that. So then there's no evidence that suggests that he would be there.
It
Well,
is.
man,
Go back and look. Go back and look at the year before
His
that.
best,
I got you, man.
the
Tight, I
best
got you.
production. But what I'm saying is the best production I saw from him was when all the attention was on Julio on the other side. Outside of that, I didn't see any. Even the 2020 year, the games in which Julio did not play, Ridley's stats were not impressive. All except for one. I think the Vegas game he went off that one game.
About the stats,
Like,
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I think he had these
No,
games.
it's not even a stat argument. It's not even a stat argument. The point
I'm
is
looking at
that
the talent.
I would still put it to you like this.
I'm not even
Route
making a stat
running
argument.
around?
I'm just stating the simple fact
Route
that
running around,
Julio wasn't
Calvin
taking
Ridley is
attention
still like
away.
in top 15,
Let me just get this
top
one
20
point out.
route runner.
Let me get this one point out. It's not.
He's a really good route runner,
Yeah,
but
he's
not.
a route runner. So
Great, but there's
he
no
didn't
point
be
in saying he's a
quarterback
great route runner if
assignment.
it doesn't produce
He's cold as
production.
shit
That's
on
my
the route.
point. Like it's
All
nice
right.
to look at, but if it doesn't result in production, then it's nothing to talk about.
Hey,
only
guys.
Understandable.
My
But
only
I mean,
argument.
like, yeah, we can say the same thing with Kyle Pitts then.
That is the case with Kyle Pitts.
So if
Kyle
if-
Pitts
if-
No.
if
Kyle Pitts
the
don't run no good
if the-
route.
No,
if the
that's
quar-
not
if
the
the
argument I'm making.
quarterback
What I'm
does
saying
not find
when
said player, which is a dependent position, then who fault is that on?
here's my point. When there was a number one to take the defense and attention away, we saw Ridley excel. The year in which he was an all-pro, you saw Julio demanding a lot of coverage. We saw teams try to figure out very creative ways to cover because we had Hooper in the middle. You had Sanu also on the field. You had Julio on one side. I saw teams trying different things. I remember the Giants game that year. They just flat out came out in zones like, we're just going to sit back. I saw the Saints try, hey, we're going to put our number one over here and then double Julio. Like, teams tried everything. That's the only time I saw Ridley productive was when Julio was taking so much attention away.
So
Ridley got a lot of one-on-one that year in which he made all-pro. That's rare for a number one receiver to be left one-on-one.
But that's how football works, though. I mean,
I get it.
You want to put the best talent around your player so they can excel. Just like when Kyle Pitts was going off, our offense was humming at that point in time. So I don't think
when Kyle Pitts was going off this year, we noticed that teams were more concerned with Drake and Mooney.
Yep.
What was Kyle Pitts going off this year?
In 3 games. 3 games.
Oh, I'm
He
like,
had,
Three
hold
games.
on, when you look at
John,
his
did I
numbers,
miss some games?
red. When you look at his game log, he had 1 month, just like how Kirk went off for 1 month. He had 1 month of success. Like
What month was that?
3 weeks. It was 3 weeks.
What month
It
was
was
that?
3 weeks. It might have been around
October. It was October.
And
Yeah,
that,
we doing
that's
Kirk
when
Tober
they
month.
It had to be October.
I remember. Hold on.
Kirktober.
I remember. Hold
Yeah.
on. I remember
Yeah.
watching film. Like, you know how people come back and they show the film. The Tampa game on the road. I believe Pitt scored that game. And when I tell
Yeah, he
you,
did. He scored a
when I-
first touchdown.
I'm telling you,
It was like
all
40
the coverage was lifted. He was wide open in the middle of the field, and I guess he threw the guy down and then ran off for the touchdown.
Yeah,
All the coverage
I
was
remember that.
downfield.
It was like 44 yards.
So to the point, I get that's football. To Titus' point, that's football. However, if the argument is that the only time he's going to be that productive is when someone else is taking the coverage away, then I don't have any expectations when he's at the one.
I see what you're saying, Keely. You basically
my thing.
saying
It
if
is
without a
football, but
Julio Jones, he never displayed the ability to be a true number one. And I agree with that. I feel like that Calvin Ridley was
check the tapes, check the tapes, check the game
I
log.
feel
Fact
like
check.
Calvin Ridley
You're right.
was-
He had one good year. That was the year.
I think Calvin Ridley
Julio had all the coverage.
was a Falcon favorite that we was hoping that he could take over when Julio got older. But in actuality, he was Harry Douglas.
No, hell
And-
no.
And Matt Ryan made him Matt Ryan made him better than what he was. What did he do without Matt Ryan?
He wasn't that
What did he
bad.
do without Matt Ryan?
Hold on.
Come on,
What did he do without Matt Ryan?
Now you bugging. Let's blast.
I usually agree with you on that, but I totally disagree with that. I totally disagree with that.
I'm gonna put up an entire conversation
All right, Larry gonna read us again. Y'all keep it up.
Watch this.
John, I didn't know Harry Douglas was an insult.
Now, do y'all?
Hey, man.
It's not an insult.
Hey, we learned something tonight.
It's not an insult.
Do y'all consider Gary Wilson a number one?
Yeah.
Gary Wilson way better than really ever been.
I don't know.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I think he might be.
He looked like one before. He looked like one before Devontae got on.
Number one. What did he do?
He looked like Devontae. You want to know why? Because that's comfortability. That's comfortability with a bum old quarterback.
Did he win Rookie of the Year? Did he win Rookie of the Year?
Somebody else.
Yes, he won offensive rookie of the year. Yes, he did. Calvin Ridley never. Calvin Ridley never. Don't compare Calvin Ridley to Wilson. That's blasphemy.
They run routes pretty much the exact same way.
No, man. Look, hold up. He won Rookie of the Year with Zach throwing him the ball. Y'all really need to stop.
I got to look this up.
Like the Ridley love, y'all need to chill. Compare Ridley to get Wilson.
So we gonna just discount in the NFL. We're gonna discount 90 catches, 1,400 yards, and 9 touchdowns in the NFL. Regardless of who you had on this team, he had to run around.
Who you got on your team matters. Who you got on your team matters.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, that's football. That's you supposed to put the best talent on the team.
I get it. However, I'm going to benefit from having better talent around me. We signed a guy. We signed
everybody benefits if you have better.
And they didn't have a running game.
No, hold on.
It was literally Wilson, and that's it on offense. They didn't have a running game. They didn't have another wide receiver.
Stop it.
But y'all can't ignore
Calvin Ridley had Julio,
go look up Brees
and Matt Ryan. Oh my!
So we discounted him for having a competent quarterback. That's what you're supposed to have.
But no, what you can't.
No, we are not discounting Ridley. We are boosting up Wilson, who had one of the worst quarterbacks in recent history throwing the ball, and he still was the offensive rookie of the year. No, man. Calvin Ridley don't compare to that dude. Literally don't compare to that dude.
I did not know Wilson started his career with 3,000 yard season. Man,
Like,
y'all
like,
right.
He
dog.
only started
It-
12 games as a rookie. He only started 12 games.
That is,
Hey,
it's
I
literally
know
no comparison, bro. Like,
But
that is
the talent thing, who you play with, will skew your production. We signed a guy to the Atlanta Falcons that played next to AD, who got all the attention for the Rams, and he got here and did not look like he was in LA sitting next to AD with the Rams. We definitely did that.
Yeah, we
Like,
did it.
who you play with does matters. AD will make a lot of people look good on that defensive line. Aaron Donald will do that because people are so focused on him. If I'm wide receiver 2 across from Randy Moss, I'm probably gonna have the best year of my life.
So question,
I'm gonna be open.
Quick question.
You're making the
Quick
point,
question.
though.
Why did Sanu put up similar Calvin Ridley numbers if it's all about Julio? They had the same quarterback.
So you want to discuss how many
Snoop,
times
you're
they were
talking
throwing the
about
ball?
when
Hold on. It's very simple because we can discuss how many times they were throwing the ball to.
Damn.
Like, I can't perform if I don't get the ball as much as Ridley.
But doesn't that go back to, are you open? Can you get separation?
Or it could go to that Ridley is a better option. It could really just go to that. Ridley was a better receiver. Ridley was a better receiver than a 38-year-old Sanu or whatever.
No. Sanu was not that old. Sanu was in his 20s when he came here. He was in his 20s. Don't do that. Sanu was in his 20s when he got here.
He was in his 20s.
Hold on. That's the point. That's not the point. The point was Sanu was towards the end of his career and was not a better
Sanu
option.
was by the same age as Julio when he got here.
They were about the same age.
Julio. When he got here, they were about the same age.
They're about the same age.
Sanu
and Ridley.
No, Sanu and Julio.
Ridley was 24 years old when he got here.
Who?
Ridley was 24 years old when he got here.
Sanu was way older than
Sanu was 28 when he got here. That's your prime in NFL. At 28 years old, y'all like he was 32.
Bro, all right. How old was Sanu that year when Ridley was 24?
But what I'm saying
that's the relevant question. How old was Sanu that year?
What I'm saying is
you're comparing their numbers.
Why couldn't a 28-year-old Sanu even come close to what Ridley was doing if it was all about Julio?
So here's my question: did Sanu have a good year when he got here?
Yeah, I mean, you had a good quarterback.
You also had a all-pro receiver on the other side.
But did he come close to Ridley's year? That's my question.
Ridley is a better receiver.
Okay.
So no, it's all right.
Look, just because
Ridley
Ridley is a better receiver than Sanu, don't make him better than Garrett Wilson. Like that.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. I'm not in there.
No. But that doesn't stop for a second. That does not negate the point that they benefited from the fact you have an all-pro receiver on the side. Just because Sanu is a better receiver, Sanu is a better. Ridley is a better receiver than Sanu. Ridley is a better receiver than Harry Douglas. Ridley is a better receiver than who we just lost to the Tampa Bay in 22 to whatever.
Zacchaeus just lit us up.
Whatever. The level of talent still doesn't negate the fact that they benefit from having a more talented receiver on the other side. That makes no sense. Like, it doesn't negate the fact.
Did Roddy White have any type of year like Calvin Ridley had when he was playing with Julio?
You're still ignoring the context.
I think he did, actually.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He did not.
He did?
No, he didn't.
Okay, my bad.
No. All right, so here's why it's illogical to say that, right? Because people have different levels of talent. So if you put Randy Moss opposite of Julio, he's gonna have a much different year than putting who's a Pro Bowl returner, whatever.
You can't do that. Randy Moss is literally like top 3 ever.
You can't do that, man.
No, you can, because you're comparing talent. You sit here like, well, Ryan.
Don't go Randy, man.
Well, what about Chris Carter and Randy Moss as a comparison? Did Chris Carter benefit from Randy Moss being on the other side?
Chris Carter was already a top 10 wide receiver before Randy got there.
Oh, okay.
Chris Carter was already a top 10 wide receiver.
All-time great.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta do like a contemporary.
Let me dip out then. I'm sorry.
All right. So You know what? Great comparison. Calvin Ridley, what's that boy over there in Seattle? Doug
Lockett. Lockett.
Doug Baldwin.
Doug
Baldwin. That's go ahead.
Just for context, the yards per catch for Chris Carter after Randy Moss arrived, it went up like every single season after that. And this is guy in his 30s, and he's having career highs in yards per catch.
On the other side. And the same thing you said the same with Julio.
It matters. It's gonna affect. You gonna have if you have a big play receiver on one side, it's gonna always affect the other.
They have the same.
That's why I brought it up.
Because now you have 1-on-1. So that right there.
So thank you for making my point. Chris Carter went from 12 yards a catch to 13.8.
Watch what I'm saying.
Keely, just look at what's going on in Minnesota now with the other guy on the side of Justin Jefferson.
Hold on. Watch what I'm saying. When you have an all-time great on the other side of the field, you have 1-on-1. So your numbers are going to be higher. If you are that caliber,
you're repeating what I said. That's the whole point.
Receiver, defensive end, edge, whatever. If you have an all-time great on the other side of the field, your numbers are going to be higher. If you are who you're supposed to be, because you have a 1-on-1.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my point.
That's what you just said.
That's what he said.
I'm not knocking it. We're on the same page. Okay, so then look at what following season after Julio left.
What did Calvin really do after
he actually was doing? Because if we all remember, he was routing shit up. He just won't get in the ball. So
then there's nothing to report there. You can't report what don't happen. Like there's no production to report.
Why y'all got mad when I said Harry Douglas?
Because that's disrespectful. That's
don't do it, Larry. That is an insult.
Hey man, that became a cuss word right quick.
It did, John. It did become a cuss word. That was very disrespectful.
I mean, didn't he have 1,000 yards here?
They pretty much call Harry.
Did he have 1,000 yards season here?
Yeah,
with two touchdowns.
So here's the thing. So
I blame Matt Ryan for that. Tidy Jones. I blame Matt Ryan for that.
With the Ridley example, every year he played across from Julio, he had 12.8 yards per catch, 13.7 yards a catch, 15.3 yards a catch. Julio leaves is down to 9.
But that's the year he was going through his mental health thing too.
So then we don't have any other evidence. Then
we don't have evidence of Harry Douglas II actually doing what y'all think he's doing. This is all on. This is on some Cam Reddish stuff, in my opinion.
Hold on. Time out.
This is on some Cam Reddish. We love Ridley, but he ain't really showed nothing by himself.
He showed something.
Everybody
with Julio.
No, it went on Julio. He showed something without Julio.
No, it was all Julio.
No, it wasn't.
Everybody on this panel is grown men. Everybody on this panel got significant other or situations, whatever. If somebody broke in your house and your old lady sitting in the goddamn house,
we're not trying to invalidate his feelings. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to invalidate his feelings.
Playing the game.
We're not trying to invalidate his feelings. The only point I'm making is
invalidating the feelings. You invalidating his goddamn mentality.
I'm not invalidating nothing. What I'm saying is that there is no evidence to suggest outside of the fact that Julio made him bet. Like the tape shows it. Like he had one-on-one attention. If y'all hold on, y'all position, y'all introduced 2021 into the conversation. The initial was like, well, he did. Why
couldn't Roddy or Sanu match the same level of production then?
They're not as talented as Ridley. However, they still benefited.
Okay,
they still benefited from Julio being on the other side.
Quick question, Keely. Hold on. Let me respond real quick.
But
was it with Roddy a number one receiver?
Two different things. You're trying to conflate two different things.
Let me ask you a quick question. Was Roddy a number one receiver in the NFL?
Yes.
For how long?
There we go.
For how long?
There we go, Keely.
5 years.
Please bring it home. Bring it home. Make the point, please. Bring it home. Land the plane, please. Land the plane.
You just said that really was better than Roddy.
I didn't say he was better than Roddy.
What did you say? You literally just said it. That's why I was talking over.
Well, no, then no.
I never said really was. Look. I never said. I never said that he was better.
Hold on. I never heard y'all say Roddy.
I must have.
I didn't hear no Roddy. I didn't hear no.
But this is what you said, Keely. You said he was a better wide receiver.
Okay, so then you have to chop it up to being misspoken, or I misspoke because I did not hear
Yo, check this out. I never said he was better than Roddy.
I never said that.
Calvin really couldn't hold Roddy White jock.
I didn't know we bought up Roddy's name. When was Roddy bought up?
I don't care about no stats.
I remember Roddy being brought up, but I can't remember who said what. As far as
I don't remember nobody saying is he better than Roddy. I don't remember nobody saying it.
I ain't never said that Roddy White was worse than Ridley or Ridley was better than Roddy.
So hold on.
You never get me.
Sanu was a better quarterback than Matt Ryan was.
Hold on. So here's where I think the confusion came in because y'all were talking about being disrespectful for comparing him to Harry Douglas. So maybe that's what I thought y'all said. I don't know what happened, but I never.
Red, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it, Red. Cause hey, Sanu got his Madden rating jacked up. He got his Madden rating jacked up when he threw that ball over the top of that doggone house. And he threw a better ball to Julio than Matt Ryan did. I don't know why they didn't use him as quarterback. But now.
I just want to make this last point to clarify.
Go ahead.
So the talent thing is indifferent, right? So Toddy is a better running back than me. And he's a better running back than me, right? However, if it's an offense in which you have the greatest show on turf, right? And because of that, as a running back, I benefit because teams are more concerned with the pass, right? I benefit. I'm going to have a career high. However, because Toddy is better, his career high is going to probably be way better than mine. That's why the talent thing isn't a condition in this, because we still had career highs. We benefited from the talent on the team, but his career high is going to be a lot different because he's more talented. It still means we both benefited. That's why the talent thing is inconsequential. It makes no difference.
I agree, but if Julio is like the central figure in this complex conversation, that's why I keep asking, why didn't Roddy or Sanu ever match Calvin Ridley's production? And Roddy
goes back to the point. It goes back to the talent point. The peak of Harry Douglas or whatever the case may be. Hold on, one more time. You just said Roddy, right? Just making sure I heard.
Roddy.
Okay, all right.
Roddy,
so here's.
I'm not even mentioning Harry Douglas. I'm not gonna disrespect Calvin.
Now wait a minute, but
so let me offer. Hold on.
I don't think Julio had 1,000-yard season. Same year that Calvin had his 1,500 yards.
Let me offer some additional content.
I think he was hurt.
But Julio and Roddy did have 1,000-yard season together.
They did, but you got it. But I think people forget that Calvin put up 1,400 yards, 90 catches, and 9 touchdowns.
Can I add something?
Well, go ahead.
Can I bring something to the conversation? All right. I would say this. I think the context that needs to be included is you're comparing somebody who's in their early 30s to somebody that's 24. So we can't expect the same production of 25-year-old Roddy as 30-year-old Roddy. But with that being said, you said 1,400, right?
Right.
In 2012, when Julio started to come into himself, because 2012 we can say that was the year when teams started to, focus on Julio a little bit more, even though Roddy was still the number one. He's at 1,351 for that year, and that's with one game missed he only started 15 that year. So he's right there at that 1,400 benchmark that you mentioned with a 24-year-old Calvin.
Okay, please let me reply. And Keelan, this is the only reason I specified before he went through what he went through. Because we gotta remember, Calvin started playing NFL late. So when he went out for those 2 years, that was the prime year of his. He was like 27 years old at that time. So that's why I said if he don't miss those 2 years of growth and development and consistency, I think he would have been a top 10 number one. You know,
but it's speculation because we never know. I mean, we can only speculate on what could have been. We could say Barry would have been the greatest running back of all time if he played behind the Dallas O-line. Like we don't know.
Right.
Or Lynn Byers would have been the greatest basketball player.
Right, but we still can't discount what he did with or without Julio because it's still the NFL. He still got to run the routes, catch the ball, yards out the kids, get in the end zone. He's still playing against professionals on the other side of the field.
I get it. He's just not facing the same. He's just not facing the same resistance as Julio did at
really
number one.
Can't hold Roddy.
Julio only played 9 games that year. Really had his career year.
Like
that's what I'm saying. Julio was on the field all year.
It's a different experience as a number one receiver than it is the number two. Like that's just.
Oh, you are Larry.
Yeah, I'm the instigator today. I'm stirring the pot like John.
But in terms of the numbers defense, I mean, at 30.
I got something for y'all in a minute. As soon as y'all exhaust this topic, I got something for you.
You ain't got shit.
Okay, all right. Now, Keely, finish your point. And I'll show you. Finish your point, Keely.
Let Tonio be the first one down too, John.
Shoot, Tonio ain't gonna even stick a toe in the water with this one.
So
go ahead, Keely.
So too, in those years, next in terms of asking, did Roddy have the same type of production in the years? Across from Julio, 821 yards the first year, 866, 1374, and that's at the ages of 24, 25, 26, opposite of Julio. And then Roddy, Julio came to the league 2011. At 30 years old, Roddy had 1296. That's better than Ridley's first year. 2012, he had 1351. That's only a 20-yard difference than Ridley's best season. So
how many touchdowns?
With 7 to what?
9.
7 to 9.
9.
That's only 2 less.
Yeah, that's insignificant.
Oh, let's on discount, Roddy.
Wait, now hold on. Wait, we can't say 2 touchdowns insignificant now. That's pretty significant in a 16-game season.
I'm definitely decide again.
I mean, if you're trying to win an argument, it's significant. If it's
I got y'all. I see what y'all saying.
Going by stats. Right.
I can't put Roddy White.
I mean, we can go by any comparison. It don't have to be stats. I mean, we can pull up the tape. We could look at how Calvin Ridley was successful. Pull up the tape, like in Atlanta.
But like Red was saying, Julio missed like half the season.
He didn't.
Didn't
hold up. Hey Keely, how many yards did hold up in that season?
Julio missed like half that season, y'all.
Hold up.
Only had like 700 yards.
In the season that Roddy White had 13 something. How many yards did Tony Gonzalez have?
About 900.
So you're telling me
you talking about that 2012 season, right?
You're telling me that we're haggling over 2 touchdowns when you had Tony G and Julio Jones on the same team. Come on, guys.
Was Roddy
Red, how many games did Julio play in that year, Red? Red, how many games did Julio play in that year?
Guys.
Which year, Tidy?
Calvin Ridley don't.
How many games? Tell him, Red.
9.
He played in 9 games. He essentially missed half the season.
Okay, so how was his production in the games in which Julio did not play? That's the question.
So you saying he got out? So you saying you want us to believe he got all them yards in 9 games of touchdown?
I don't want you to believe. I want you to look it up.
I already looked it up.
Not at all. No, I don't.
Keely, remember? Keely, hold on. Keely, let me just say this and I'll hush. You remember, man, you have already had this debate before.
So regardless, I don't remember if we have or haven't. But
we have had this debate.
And I said I don't know if we have. So we have. And I'm saying I don't remember it.
I'm telling you we have, bro.
You said we have. I said
I'm telling you we have. What am I lie about that? We had this debate already, bro.
Toddy, I didn't call you a Toddy. Hush for a second, please. I didn't call you a lie. You said you remember. I said I don't remember. Where else do you want to go from there?
But I'm telling you, we have, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
What was the conclusion of the debate? What was the conclusion?
The conclusion of the debate is that Calvin Ridley still got off when Julio was sitting on the bench hobbling with his hamstring.
Okay, so then he came to a conclusion that I never heard of.
Calvin Ridley went down to Jacksonville, and down there in Jacksonville, he had 1,016 yards with 8 touchdowns.
That what got him the money in Tennessee because of that season in Jacksonville.
Are we sitting there saying that Julio helped that too?
No.
All right.
Yeah, he was the number one in Jacksonville that year.
That's after he missed 2 years of his prime.
All right. Yeah, we done. All right, when?
Did Harry Douglas have 1,000 yards when he first left Matt?
When he had about 600 or 700.
Who was throwing to him, Larry?
With the same thing in Tennessee.
Actually, man, I'm about to go to sleep, y'all. Appreciate y'all conversation.
Oh yeah, bring up Harry Douglas before you get off. You right, you.
All right,
all right, Larry. Instigator of the night, Joe.
All right, take it easy, Larry.
Hey, Larry, shout out your channel and stuff, man. Before you your social before you leave.
I'm sorry, yeah. Dixon Way on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, Instagram, Twitter, all that, man. You guys, please check in with us, me and the beautiful Shonda. On Saturday, we got the House Divided basketball game, Georgia versus Gators in Gainesville. So looking forward to that. She's gonna be on the show, talking her junk. That's all right. I really need that upset. That's the upset I need of the season. So yeah.
We won tonight. Thanks for reminding me.
I don't know if we won tonight because I was doing the Hawks game. So yeah, I think we played Arkansas in Arkansas. So Arkansas actually been struggling, so we got a better record in there.
That's an SEC game. We needed that.
But yeah, we definitely need it because right now we one of the bubble teams. So yeah. But yeah, we'll be doing that.
Georgia lost.
Womp. It was in Arkansas, I think so.
Way to spread the bad news, Wallace.
Well, I mean, look, man.
Somebody going to tell it, Red.
They had no cut card on
They started off good. They got 2 wins against quality opponents, but the SEC is a bear.
We out top 25 for that loss too.
Yeah, well, they were out of top 25 by losing back to back to Tennessee and Auburn, so they were out when they came into this week. But SEC is a bear, man. Like it's going to be real hard to get out of SEC with. I mean, we already got 5-6 losses. Like you're gonna have to have at least 2 more quality wins on the season, plus a decent run to probably at least the semifinals of the SEC tournament to be able to make the main tournament. To be honest.
So Larry, is the SEC becoming a basketball power?
This season, we got to figure out if it's just hype because SEC is beating on each other, or are they actually good? And that's going to be the telltale sign because, in my opinion, I really don't know now. I think we got a lot of good defensive teams like Tennessee and Auburn, but we really don't have no good shooting teams in this conference. And it's kind of like the football too, comparing to the quarterback play. So whoever's going to meet the road closer to tournament time, SEC tournament, see how teams play and shake out, and then going into the NCAA when all these teams get matched up, because it's not like college football. Like you got one great player on a team or a great college player like NC State last year who made that run, but it was just more skilled in the kind of like what's old boy used to be with the Grizzlies, who played for Michigan State. Dang, it's just my mind's going blank. But anyway, college basketball is about you getting. Yeah, I'm sleepy. College basketball is definitely about getting hot at the end of the season and going on a run. There's been a couple of national champions that really wasn't the best team throughout the season, but once you get the March Madness. Anything can happen. So, and with that, I bid y'all adieu. We'll see you guys later. Great content as always. Don't stay up too late, guys.
All right, Larry.
Oh, you don't know nothing. You don't know us very well.
All right,
John,
let
me say this. Let me say this
real
real quick. Let me say this real quick, and then I'll give it right back to you, Keelan. I'll give it right back to you.
I'm gonna know what John's argument is. Where's old ass?
Just a second, Tonio, please. Just to finish up on this Julio and Calvin thing, as we already said, Julio only played in 9 games. Julio's last game of 2020 was actually on my birthday. I was actually at that game, December 6th. Now, from that point on, Julio never stepped on the field again for the Falcons that year. The very next game, Calvin Ridley had 8 catches, 124 yards, 1 touchdown. Julio didn't play. The game following that, he had 10 catches, 163 yards, 1 touchdown. Julio didn't even dress out. The following game, 5 catches, 130 yards, no touchdowns. Final game of the year, 8 catches, 52 yards, no touchdowns. Now, that's just a 4-game sample size of what he did when Julio left. So we're going to sit here and try to attribute all his success to Julio Jones that year. That's being fictitious. I'm done. Go ahead, Tonio.
No, you said it was my turn. So with that being said, let's address the comments. One, just because I don't remember a fucking conversation and you do that, mean I'm calling you a lie.
I didn't call you no lie, bro.
You said so. What I'm lying? That came out your mouth.
I said so. What I'm lying? I didn't call you a lie. I said so. What I'm lying?
Then that means the other person you talking to has to be lying.
No, it don't, bro. No, you're just being emotional right now.
It's not emotional.
You are being emotional.
It's damn sense.
Did anybody hear me call him a liar?
Hold on. All right, let's apply some common sense here. If 2 people are having a conversation and you saying I'm not lying, that implies that the person you're talking to called you a liar.
That implies that you may not remember it, but I'm telling you, as a man, we had the conversation, bro. I'm not calling you a liar.
Emotional damage.
And it's not an emotional situation. It's just a common sense situation.
But Keely, okay, listen. If you feel like I called you a liar as a man,
I didn't say you called me a liar.
You did just say that.
You insinuated that for real. You did do that.
No, I didn't, bro. Hold on. All right, we're gonna do it. Common sense here. If Tidy is saying I'm not lying, he's the one who's saying that he's being accused of lying. If he's saying I'm not lying, not me.
No. Well, hold on. Sometimes
I didn't say I'm not lying. I never made that statement.
No.
That's my point. So I never.
We
I
get
can't
that.
be accused of lying if I never said I'm not lying. That's
okay.
So I couldn't have inferred that he told me I was lying. That's impossible if he's the only one that's saying I'm not lying.
But Keely, if he didn't say it out of his mouth that you're lying, he's not insinuating that you're lying, big dog.
James, one more time. I never said that he accused me of lying. I never made the claim that he said that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, if you follow me, these are the words that came out of Tidy's mouth. I'm not lying. That's what Tidy said. Those are his words.
Right.
That would infer that I'm the one accusing him of lying, because he's the one that's saying I'm not lying. That was not my words. I never said I'm not lying. Therefore, he could have never accused me of lying because I never said I'm not lying. What I'm saying is y'all have it in reverse.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now I understand what you're saying, but a lot of times I remember when I was coming up, hey man, I wouldn't lie to you.
That's all I'm saying. Like
that's what people say. They're not saying that they're not implying or inferring anything.
I got you. Mm-hmm. I said I don't remember. He said, well, it happened. I don't remember it. At that point, what is there to say after that? Like, okay, I'm not lying.
I said
the reason it's an embellishment.
The reason I say I'm not lying because you say you don't remember the conversation. I'm just trying to tell you, like, look, bro, we had it. I remember it clear as yesterday because we went back a long time over it. That's why I pulled back up these stats because I did this when we had this conversation about a year and a half ago.
The point I'm making is that once you said it, what we're going to do, repeat it 20 more times. That's my point.
You're being argumentative where there's no reason to, bro. I'm trying to clean it up, but you won't even accept it.
I don't need you to clean it up, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just making the very simple common sense point. There's no need to keep repeating. But we did have it. But we did have it. But we did have it.
I'm not repeating that at this point. Okay, let's just say there was some confusion, miscommunication. Now, what I'm saying is when I pulled up those last 4 games, my point in saying that is you can't attribute all that success to Julio Jones on the field if he's not even dressed out. That's the reason I brought up those stats.
Okay, and my point was it was a mixed bag. Now, that as far as when I'm looking at like the games like who am I looking at right here? Calvin Ridley that season. I'm looking at the games like I went back and forth. So he missed Vegas. What did he do in Vegas? 6 catches for 50. He missed Carolina. What's the other one? But anyway, to me, he had 4 good ones. And what I'm saying is in the other games, they were also you didn't say 4, it was 3 out the last 4 that were good. And I pointed out from what I'm looking at that there was also 3 that were bad.
Yeah, and that's how I go. I mean, we seen Julio had games where he had 3 catches, 27 yards. That's just how the wide receiver position going. But my ultimate point was just to say, like, look what he did when Julio wasn't even dressed out, bro. We can't attribute so much success in one season to Julio if he's not even on the field when this guy's making these plays. That's all I'm saying.
Now, John, what was your argument?
Oh, yeah, man, y'all waiting on me. All right, okay. Have we exhausted this one?
We damn sure have.
Yeah. I ain't ask you, Tony. Yeah, of course you gonna say we exhausted it. But I'm okay. Okay, now I'm finna. All right, let's get back to this.
Tonio and James.
Tonio.
I don't see Tonio now.
Your screen froze up.
Yeah, he froze. But hey, he ventriloquism.
Oh, he ain't froze. James, you over there sounding like Tonio. That was James talking.
No, that was doggone Tonio. But look, all right, all right. Now let's go back to our defense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and this is audience participation. Okay, now what is you guys' general consensus on how our defense played last year?
Very inconsistent, and when we really needed them, they was nowhere to be found.
Okay, maybe I should say, were they good? Were they bad? Were they like the girl with the curl? When they were good, they were very, very good, and when they were bad, they were horrid.
I'm not gonna say they were horrid that last week, and they were horrid when they went up to Denver. Now they had weeks where they looked like they were turning the corner, where we thought where they were solid, but they were never where I looked at them and say they were top 10.
They were true.
I looked at them and said they were the worst in the league.
I put it to you like this. All right. There was a stark difference when Raheem became involved with the play calling. There was the scheme. There was the immediate stark difference. We went from no sack and a bunch of pressures to 4 or 5 sacks a game. Now,
the lag game.
I have a question about that too, though, Winston.
Huh?
I got a question about that too, though.
What's up?
Do you think the defense, as far as the players go, when they knew that Raheem got involved, that they knew that they had to step up and play, compared to them not wanting to play for Jimmy Lake?
No. It could. You got to look at it. And a lot of people get it misconstrued. Since Terry been here, we've been drafting for a 4-3 defense. And for some wild ass goddamn reason, they want to run a 3-4. All your personnel is a 4-3 defense.
Oh, what? You
not
don't
make
back on this again. Yeah.
does
Oh
not
no,
make sense at
and
all.
I'm at soon as Winston get through, I'm gonna make a point. And like I said, I'm stirring it up. Go ahead, Winston.
Watch
Go
it,
ahead.
watch it.
Oh,
Okay.
John, I can't wait to taste this soup.
Watch it. All right, so we drafted 3 defensive linemen last year.
Right.
All 3 of them came from a 4-3 defense.
Well, we with you,
Daughter,
dog.
edge rusher, 4-3 defense. We've been drafting nothing but 4-3 defensive personnel, but we're trying to run a 3-4. That's fucking asinine.
And that's when we even drafted. That's when we drafted defense.
That alone is a fireable offense for a GM. That's a fireable offense. Just if I give you the vision, hey, look, I want to run a 3-4. I need these type of players, and all you're giving me is 4. What are you talking about, Wallace? What are you like,
Wallace? Go watch cartoons, man. Your ass been off all damn night. Go turn on He-Man or something.
Winston. Hey, stop it. Oregon ran a 4-3. Washington ran a 4-3. Clemson runs a 4-3. A 4-3 hybrid. Stop it. They were not playing in a 3-4 defense. The only person that had experience in a 3-4 defense was Matthew Judon. And he only played in there like what, 1 or 2 seasons.
Wallace, put down the liquor tonight. John, did you take my liquor to Wallace?
Hey, stop! Like,
oh man, I got to get you your doggone liquor, man. Goodness.
I don't even want to hear about you getting that man liquor because he say that shit. And you like a whole month later, I got to get you your liquor, man. I got to get you your liquor. You ain't gonna never get that man his liquor.
Tonio, you butt out of this.
Hey, Tonio,
I put it to you like this: that when you have when you have players that play in a 4-3 and you trying to get them to play a 3-4, like that. No, Dan Leonard doesn't run a 3-4 defense. Stop it. I'm an Oregon fan. Stop it. He runs a 4-3. It's a 4-3 hybrid. Stop it, bro.
Wallace, we hear the Looney Tunes coming on. On and turn it on.
Wait.
But okay, now okay.
When you have 4-3 players and you're trying to make them a 3-4,
right?
That's gonna. It's like Anthony Davis. He's a power forward, but they're trying to make him play center. He's out of position. But he'd be more effective if they had an actual center to run with him. It's the same thing. You're out of position. And that's what's going on with the Falcons. And been going on since Terry been here.
Before I'm not gonna put Wallace's comment up because
Lord.
What I want to do, what I want to do is go ahead and finish my point here. All right. Now the Falcons ended up 23rd in points scored against and 23rd in yardage against. Now, last time we talked about this, Keeley made the point, and I agree with him wholeheartedly, that the points given up or scored are more important than the yardage gained or given up defensively and offensively. Now, so I'm going to refer to the yardage first. Now, the first place team in yardage per game given up by defense was Philadelphia. And Philadelphia gave up 4,732 yards versus our 5,868 that we gave up.
Damn.
All right, now that's a 1,136 yard difference. Now you divide that over 17 games, that's 66 yards per game. Is that a deal breaker? Now, while you're pondering that,
go back to your math first.
Watch this. Real quick. So because I took it and logged onto this feed and saw Wallace comment that you don't want to show. Watch it.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Well, can y'all see that?
No, I can't.
See it.
Read
Ain't got
it
my
off.
glasses
Read
on.
it. Read it.
Just
Read it.
read
Just
it, man.
read
Stop holding it up, blinding
Read it,
us.
Winston.
Dan Lanning, head coach of the University of Oregon football team, uses a 4-2-5 mint defense in a 3-deep zone. 4-3.
Oh, well, we believed you from the beginning. You know why I listened to the wild.
So you
4-2-5
drafting
Winston.
4-3 players to play in a 3-4. You're undersized, you're undermanned, you're out talented. It
You have no
does
nose
not
tackle.
fucking make sense.
Do you get it, Wallace? Understand English? Capiche?
It ain't really about it because I ain't been trying to come at
All right.
Wallace the homie. Wallace the homie. It ain't even about
Now,
coming at him.
who told me to check my math on that?
Me.
Okay. All right. Go get your calculator out. Get your calculator out and divide 1137 into 17.
Okay.
66.8.
Goddamn, boy. That motherfucker goddamn fast. Goddamn quick draw McGraw. Shit.
66 yards now.
Right.
That's why I said now, is that a deal breaker? And we're talking about from 23rd place in yardage to number 1 in yardage. That's only 66 yards average per game. Now we all saw what happened. We all saw what happened during the season, but averaging it out is 66 yards per game. All right.
It was obviously a deal breaker because it cost Jimmy Lake his job.
Well, no. I'm on now. Let me sweeten this pot a little bit more.
But I think the other thing is the margins aren't that large in the NFL. So like
that's my point. That's my point. That's my point. Because points scored between the number 1 defense, which was the Chargers, and us was 122 points. That comes out to
24 points.
20. No, we were at 23rd place in both categories. 23rd place.
Take the average.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 23rd place.
You're doing the tough math, John. Where you just take the points per game. Just take.
Oh yeah, well, I'm looking at what happened statistically, and see now this is going to be a I guess a mixed point or a mixed situation because of the fact if you're going strictly by the stats, we were only 1 touchdown per game worse than the Chargers. So the thing is, people make a lot of fuss about standings, make a lot of fuss about yardage, make a lot of fuss about stats. But were we really that bad when you look at the actual yardage or look at the actual score? Because if you're just a touchdown away between where you were at 23 and where the league leader was at number 1, is that bad?
Yes.
On average.
Yes. Because it means on average, that means on average you give up a touchdown. That means if we play on average, if we play 17, that means if you extrapolate that out to 100, that means in 100 more games, you're still going to give up a touchdown more. That's going to
no. See. Okay, now I can only take season by season, 17 games in this sample size. Now, if you stretch it out, of course it's gonna look bad if you stretch it out to 100 games. But the only thing you have is 17 games per season to measure what each team does in the regular season. See, I know it will look pathetic if you stretch it out to 100 games. But This is all we got. This is all we got.
It.
17 games.
I get it. That's what I'm saying. That's why that I'm just saying to show how bad it is in a light. Like if it were to continue, it would just get drastically worse. It's just that 17 is the only snapshot we can have because we only play 17 games. But that's how bad it is.
And does that not end the conversation at 17 games?
No.
Because the thing is, what we could do, we could go 10 seasons and see what the defense looked like. But that would not be fair because this particular defensive coordinator that we have right now or had last year, we can only measure what he did. And
I'm just talking about statistical analysis perspective. I'm not saying that.
A larger sample size, true.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
A larger sample size, true. However, the parameters will change.
John, it's this the argument I'm making. It's like saying, I'm shooting a gun, right?
Pow pow.
I shoot a gun at 15 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm only half an inch off the bullseye, right? So I think, I'm a good shooter. You take that target out to 100 yards.
You way off.
I've missed the whole building, everything.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is sometimes the sample size, it kind of skews just how bad the data actually is. That's what I'm saying. So for example,
that's understood. That's understood. That's understood. And the reason why I rebut that with the 17 game season is because that's the only sample size we can use in judging seasons and in judging a person's season by season accomplishments, the units accomplishments or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. In your analogy as what it is that you're saying. I was talking. I can't keep up with you typing, Winston. You typing too damn fast.
I have to kill you at the range one day.
But see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When people were when we were last place, we were definitely last place. All right. Beginning of the season, you remember where we were at the beginning of the season? We were top 5, were we not? And fell. We were top 5 first 3 games of the season. And we started falling. I knew it wasn't going to be sustainable because, stuff like that never is unless you a hellified defense. But to your point, Keely, to your point, Winston, to Red's point, to Titus' point, to everybody's point,
you got to say my name.
It was Antonio.
Ain't nobody worry about you.
And James.
Ain't nobody worry about you.
And all y'all sit so I don't slight nobody because James, you're gonna get a D anyway at the end of this. But at any rate,
what thing is for?
Atlanta Public Schools. I'm sorry, we grading on
I'm from Mississippi. I never went to Atlanta Public Schools. I'm from the still.
Because you a Bama fan.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's all.
Hey, because 20 run through your state now. But this the reason why I'm bringing this up is that we were only a touchdown worse in the 17 game sample size that we are locked into. We were only 7 points worse than every other team. A little over 7 points worse than any other team as far as scoring is concerned. A touchdown. Okay. Now, looking at the game, that Minnesota game skewed the sample size. Who else? Who else? Denver skewed the sample size.
Carolina.
Jimmy Lake skewed the sample size.
Jimmy Lake skewed. He owns it. He was here. Okay, the sample size was skewed. The sample size was skewed over the course of the year because we had some real stinking eggs that we laid out there on the defensive side of the ball. Okay, so were we really that bad?
Were there more
in the
good
17
games
and
than bad games?
limiting it to the 7-game sample size now for it? Cause see, all right. Well, let me ask you this too. Let me ask you while I'm talking. Let me ask you this too. What is a good day for a defense, yardage wise passing and yardage wise rushing? What's
Under
a good
300.
day for a defense?
Under 300.
Yeah.
300 total. 300 total. I see. I
Yeah,
wanted to split it between running and passing.
Yeah, under 300.
It depends. It depends on how the game is flowing. Because in all that's what, like under 300, that should be your yard marker. But if they putting up a bunch of yards, but you keeping them out of the end zone, then
no. Okay. Now, Winston, I understand that.
Yardage is empty calories.
Just for perspective, there's only one team in the league that averaged under 300 a game.
What I said,
the Eagles.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
There's only one team. So the median appears to be like 350.
It's about what's going on.
Who's the anchor?
When they talking about it,
you don't mind saying,
look at us. Like we was what? 6th or 7th overall in offense.
6.
We were putting up yardage. We just weren't putting up points. It's empty calories. See what I'm saying? We moving up and down the field at ease. That's not the issue. People are getting in the end zone.
Oh, we were when a certain guy started playing.
But I think the issue here is that like the margins are so thin in the NFL. Like the talent on the team, the talent gap between the best team in the league versus the worst team in the league, it isn't that drastic. It's not like NCAA where so many teams and there's a wide gap from the best to the worst. Like every team has talent. So when you say it's only 7 points, like 7 is a big difference in a game. Like especially when you're talking about a lot of games that coming down to like a field goal. So like we've seen games decided. We've seen a Super Bowl decided by what 1 yard or inch. The Rams versus Titans, where it came down to like. So when we say like only 7 or only 50 yards, and there's games that are literally decided by like an inch and a field goal.
You say only 7 points, and that's a touchdown, John. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, now okay, I understand that, and you are making the point for parity in the National Football League. You're making a point because Pete Rozelle, that was something when he was commissioner. That's what he was trying to get, parity in the NFL to where anybody could go to the Super Bowl. Where anybody could win the championship, anybody could go to the Super Bowl. And at the time that he said that, you had teams that were, I would gather to say, I'm going to have to go back and take a deeper dive into this, back into the 70s and 80s, whatever. You had teams that were just pitiful. I mean, awful. Couldn't score. Couldn't defend anybody. It was ridiculous. They were perennial cellar dwellers. They were perennial bad teams, offensively and defensively. Now, the parity. What was that, Winston?
The sound of the damn Falcons.
Well. See, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make right now. See, that's the point I'm trying to make right now.
Hold on, give me 1 second. The only thing that Terry have said this said, well, no, Terry even said it. Raheem said it, and the only thing that's been truthful that he done said and said is we will not be in position to get another quarterback from this point forward, and that's what it is. We're like right now we are we're the Pittsburgh Steelers of the South. We're good enough to be a contender.
No, because we got a quarterback.
No,
they don't have a quarterback.
We're good enough to be a contender. We're not bad enough to draft low, high at the draft, and we're not good enough to get past a potential contender point. We're middle of the flock, and that's where we've been.
That is with half of the season with Kurt. Let's see where we at after a full season with Penix. Then we'll see where we at.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to envision that when we haven't had a winning season.
Football, we don't have the defense to complement him.
Look,
That's the
Pittsburgh
whole
ain't got no
thing.
quarterback, so
We
they
don't
gonna.
But
have
that
the
see
defense to
that's the
complement Penix.
that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Yardage wise, now the 66 yards per game. Now the 66 yards per game on average, like I said, that was skewed by how many games we gonna say 3-4 games where the defense just fell the hell apart.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about the defensive stats that's really interesting in terms of our offense? So when we're talking about scoring versus yardage, right? The three teams that during the season which we actually scored, the offense scored a lot of points on, Dallas, Carolina, Tampa. You know who the two teams that's dead last in points allowed in the league?
Dallas,
the Cowboys and the Panthers. Like they give they give up 30 a game. Like they give up the draws to everybody and the Cowboys. That's very interesting. Like the three teams that we actually scored on, like the offense lit up. Two of them were the worst teams in the were the worst defenses in the league.
Yeah, now and see the thing is about that for this year. It goes back to you can't help who you play.
On the skills. It just to your point as far as like Jimmy Lake skewing the defense, this and that skewing this. The success of the offense may be a little skewed also by the schedule, by who you put on the schedule too.
Right. And see that and when people start talking about how bad or how good offenses and defenses are, you can't help who they put on the schedule. You can't help how they come out every Sunday. You can't help. I didn't know I had a wide receiver with a gambling problem until they revealed that my wide receiver had a gambling problem and had to suspend him off the team. Okay, these variables that come in are things that can skew a whole bunch of things. But if they're in your favor, you take them. If they're not in your favor, you're saddled with them. And you got to, as they say, play around it. And
they have a
that's
definition
why
for it's called context.
That's why when I get one thing that I know for certain, all of the rules in the NFL right now favor the offense. They want passing offenses, they want point. Okay. They've relaxed a lot of the rules. Now, the rule, for instance, on pass interference, you're not supposed to touch that receiver after 5 yards. You're not supposed to touch him. But what have you seen this past couple of weekends? You seeing folk getting mugged from the time that they leave the line, after they leave the line, whatever. All right. So the rule is one thing. The enforcement of the rule is something else. All right. But the rules favor offenses. So when defenses fall short, or defenses do not do their job and hold teams, I look at what happened, whether the offense was the one that threw them back out there on the field with bad field position, not holding the ball, not scoring touchdowns, settling for field goals, things of that sort. I put more onus on the offense than I do the defense. And that's just me. Okay. However, with the defenses, when my defense goes out there on the field, okay, I look and see what I've got on the line of scrimmage. To Winston's point, to your point, Healy, you running people in a scheme that they weren't designed to be in. All right, you messing up. Then after the bye week, you collecting sacks like lint because of a simple change or a simple something that you did during the bye week. Okay, once you do that, that skews the dynamic even further because you made a change. But when you compile the stats, or when you take a look at the stats and see where you are at the end of the year, it shows that you're 23rd in points allowed, you're 23rd in yardage allowed. Okay. But when you compare the actual yardage allowed and the points allowed, you're not that far off from the league leader. And not to even mention the top 10, which is something that everybody wants to get into. We need a top 10 defense. Okay, if you're only 7 points off of the league leader, you're even fewer points off of a top 10 defense. Okay, you're even fewer yards off the top 10 defense. Now, there are some major tweaks that may need to be made for us to, as you say, Keely, close that gap and move into the top 10 because of the fact that these yardage stats are so close together. Because like I said a long time ago, hey man, it was 21 points between the cellar and the penthouse, or near the cellar and the penthouse. So what y'all got to say?
The biggest change was we got away from that dumbass 2-4-5, which is just atrocious. That is a college defense. A 2-4-5 is a college defense. That does not work in the NFL. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell Jimmy Lake was sitting there thinking and thought they were going to be an effective defense in the NFL. That's a dub. I don't care who you have. You can have Pittsburgh personnel. You're not running a 2-4-5 and it's going to be effective.
2-4-5. Whoa.
A 2-4-5.
You said a 2-4-5?
Yeah, we ran that a lot.
2 down linemen, 4 linebackers.
Yeah. 2 down linemen, 4 linebackers, and
5 defensive back,
and a side corner.
Nickel package.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, y'all ain't notice it. There were plenty of time where it was just great. It was great in on your model as the down lineman, and they would line up over the guards. So now the entire middle is wide open, the edges is wide open, and you got undersized edges. So what are you blocking up? You're not locking up.
Wait a minute.
That's why
wait a minute. Now, Winston.
In the run defense early in the season. That's why we kept getting guys who was in that dumbass set.
Cause wait a minute. Cause Winston, how many film sessions did you were we on together? Was about 2 or 3?
No, we did a couple more than that. I think we did about 5, 6 on Atlanta Burger.
That you cause James, do you remember 2-4-5? Cause what we fussing? What me, you, and Coach?
It's a nickel set. Yeah, I thought he was talking about the 4-2-5. Because in the 4-2-5, you can still have hybrid linebackers playing the rush.
You have two defensive linemen with their hand.
But you can have 2 defensive linemen and hybrid linebackers rushing the passer out of a 4-2-5.
All right, if you have 2 defensive linemen, all right, okay. For everybody that don't understand it, when you send a calling out a defensive package, however many defensive linemen have their hand in the dirt, that's the first number. The second is who's behind it. So if you only have 2 sitting there with their hand in the dirt, that's a 2 whatever. That's what it is. That's a 2 whatever. So when you have only Grady and on your model with their hand in the dirt, that's a 2 whatever. One line period. We were running a 2-4-5. A lot of times it'd be Grady and on your model. There's 2 down linemen. You got Carter, Judon, Ellis, either Landman or Ford. And then you got D. Alfred, AJ, Mike Hughes, Bates, and Simmons. A 2-4-5.
We ain't got the Carter we need.
Don't start that
And we
shit,
running
Randy.
that way too much, and that's why we were getting gashed early in the season in run plays.
Okay, Tony, all right.
No,
Yeah,
see,
go
okay,
back
yeah,
and watch
yeah.
the film.
I'm gonna look back at some of those film sessions because see,
and then come back this week and then sit there and be like, "Hey, I see exactly what the fuck you talking about." That's why I was saying. I
Man,
was saying that on our shows early in the season.
This Falcon defense don't been in so many awful sets, so many awful schemes that I believe Winston. I believe if somebody said they was in a one something because this defense just been atrocious through the years, and until they dedicate themselves to fixing it, which they probably won't because they got a quarterback now, just gonna keep seeing. Until you at least
So
get
let me ask you this, Red. What makes you think they ain't gonna be dedicating to fixing that defense when they already drafted three defensive linemen last year and that's a start? So what makes you think they ain't gonna do it this year?
I mean, if they give us some
Because we
production,
just got to be damn negative.
Shut up, Tony. I ain't being negative.
See,
I want the defense to improve. I'm just going off past history and what this regime done did. That's all I'm going off, fellas. If defense come back strong, I'll be the first one to say, man, this defense is nice, but we ain't
When they
seen it.
have potential.
And you ain't gonna make me say it's nice until I see it being nice. So y'all can take that to the bank.
Yeah, and see, you know what? See, a lot of what we saw weighs more heavily on us than the stats really tell you, because the way we were looking at it and the way that we were hollering and yelling about how bad they looked, because I still have this nightmare etched in my mind about my cornerback looking up in the air in no man's land.
I get a game.
Yeah. I mean, that is a nightmare that I will never get over. He's standing up there looking in the air for the ball like somebody just got off the plane in New York City looking at the doggone skyscraper.
Let me tell you something, John. Let me tell you something. This is how bad the defense is. This is what I have nightmares about. Bryce Young throwing a pass and turning his back because he already knows it's completed for a touchdown. That's how trash our defense was. That's what you need to have nightmares about. The kid who was about to be forgotten about just pretty much getting arrogant, say, man, a no-look touchdown pass. There you go. I'm going to turn my back and start celebrating because I know it's completed because ain't nobody within 10 yards of his ass.
Yeah. And see, what it translated into points and yards, that was irrelevant. That didn't even matter. It was just the optics.
Shit. I try to pull up the amount.
Man, these schemes are awful. When you got, we be seeing players running wide open downfield sometimes. Yeah, we already talked about for the umpteenth time how awful our secondary is when you playing 10 yards off of guys. You playing 10 yards off of guys and it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. That's a damn easy first down right there. I can hike the ball and damn near hopscotch over there to the damn first down mark.
You know why though?
10 yards off of them.
And Ray, you know why though? Because your personnel cannot match up with shit. So you gotta play 10 yards off.
Yeah,
instead of allowing them to in over the top.
Bingo.
Give up the easy first down.
Yeah, who fault is that? Yeah, I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Who fault is
Terry.
that? Well, there you go. I'm with you.
You did nothing to improve the scene. Yeah. Outside of what you did on offense, you did nothing to improve the scene.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Winston. Let me ask you this.
Go for it.
Let me just tell Winston one thing. Did you make a comment earlier that we right back where we were before Terry got here? And we right back
you're in the same boat with less money.
Not necessarily, because it's still an off season has to take place.
Right now,
it's still the thing is, when the off season still has to take place, and And you gotta understand that Terry gonna work his magic to get us back under the cap. That's the hold on, Red. Hold on, Red.
Okay.
The thing is, bro, you just made me lose my thought, Red.
Because I said was magic.
But I was finna ask Winston. I was finna ask Winston something.
You were talking about the salary cap.
Yeah, the salary cap. But see, the thing is, though, he gonna work his magic with the salary cap. Winston, how can you place a blame on a general manager that just got full control within 1 year?
Bro, are you serious?
But is that confirmed though? Do you know that?
That was confirmed in that press conference with Arthur Blank and Rich McKay, when Arthur Smith, hold on, Ray, hold on, Winston. I'm gonna let you cook in a few minutes. I'm gonna let you cook in a few minutes. That was confirmed in that press conference when Arthur Blank and Rich McKay said that Arthur Smith had 50% and Terry had 50%. He really just took over. He just really took over this past year. So I can't literally place a blame on somebody.
James,
But hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm just saying though, y'all you can't really say that when he ain't had full control. This is first year having control. Yeah, did he make some stupid things within his first year? Yes. But at home, when it comes down to it, bro, with this roster and everything, Arthur plays this role too. Arthur played this role with that tight end at the 4th pick.
Quick question.
I got, but
you did say that Terry Fontenot took over this past year, right?
Yeah. This past year, he just got full control this past year. Hold on. Let me ask this question. Tighter. Let me ask Tighter a question. Tighter.
No. Hold on.
Tighter. Let me ask Tighter this question right quick. Hold on. I'm gonna let you cook out. Let me let you cook out to Winston.
James, when you get a minute, I got a question for you. When you get a minute.
Okay, I got you, big dog.
You repeated that you allowed that Terry took over this past year, right?
Yeah, he did, bro. That's the truth. Rich McKay, Arthur Blank said it himself.
That's the third time you said it. Okay. So then, who fought it for Kirk Cousins' contract?
Bro, that's the typical market for a quarterback, bro. What is he saying? You gonna have to pay a quarterback that amount of money, Winston. That contract even is not a top 15 quarterback contract right now.
That's not what I said.
But that's what you saying stuff, bro. You saying stuff about a contract that's the typical in the market for a quarterback, big dog.
Whose fault is it for Kirk Cousins' contract? Because
that's the only thing that was stipulation was stupid was no trade clause, big dog.
For the contract that he paid to Matt Ryan.
Bro, but that's the thing, bro. We didn't know that Kirk Cousins at that time frame wasn't gonna pan out, big dog. They came in with the plan. We didn't know that at that time. So what is you saying, bro? Big dog. I understand what you're saying in the whole front. I understand what you're saying about the. I'm not moving around, bro. That's just the honest truth. This is just the honest truth, and it's just a fact. It's just a fact. At that time frame, they didn't know Kirk Cousins was gonna fall off the earth like he did.
Under the cap. You know what that sound like? The fucking Saints. That's the exact same shit they go through. Year after year after year after year. It's the exact same shit.
Now, okay, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Winston.
James, can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead, big dog. Go ahead.
Last time the Saints went into the offseason at a positive cap number. When was the last time the Saints went into an offseason with a positive cap number?
James.
He has not been in the past.
Go ahead, big dog.
Same shit.
Ain't same. It really ain't same. They've been dealing with that for the past 5 seasons. The Falcons just really been recently in that for the last 2 seasons, and they got themselves out of it. And this contract only hurts for a year, Winston. This contract only hurts for a year, big dog. Then we back over the cap. Then we're gonna be over the cap this year. We may not have as much money that we had in the past, but we still gonna be over the cap by the time Terry work his magic on there. Now, what you were saying, big dog, Keely?
The contract gonna hurt for this year, and the following year.
It's not gonna hurt that.
Minimal.
It's not gonna hurt like that. That next
Minimal.
year in 2026.
Minimal.
It's not gonna hurt that. It's not gonna hurt like 2025. Winston, it's not.
It's already hurt, and we 10 million under the cap.
But this is before the official before the official off season starts, Winston. Let him work when the official off season starts. Let him work. You worrying about something that we technically still in 2024 season right now. 2025 hasn't officially started. So with that being said at hand, bro, that 10 mil is gonna be gone off that cap once everything gets into place.
You know how it's gonna be going? Because they're gonna take away talent from a talent depleted team already and trade their ass the fuck off.
Some sacrifice is gonna have to be made. This the NFL, bro. It's the NFL, Winston. It's sacrifice is gonna be made. It's gonna, like I said earlier, bro. It's gonna be holes on teams on a yearly basis, bro. If Brady is the sacrifice, just for example, if Brady is the sacrifice or something. Hold on. Winston. Some of the talent that needs to be gone in the first place. Like Mike Hughes, D. Alpha. They ass need to be gone. So if they get cut, they get cut. Oh well, get gone. Grady Jarrett. Grady, I'm gonna be honest about Grady. Grady been stayed on the climb. So if that 16 million is gonna help that cap. Even though it may hurt the defensive line, but overall, with that being said, you got to get money. It's gonna be a chance that Kyle Pitts end up getting traded because he's gonna make 11 mil this year. So with that being said, if it takes talent off, you got to do what you got to do, bro. I understand that, so it's gonna have to happen. So what you were saying, Kevin?
All right.
Did you say 11 million?
I think it's 10 to 11. That's what I read the other day.
It's 11.
All right. So you're taking away talent from a talent depleted team.
If Mr. Pilates can get his ass on, he can get his ass on.
But my bad. Go ahead, Keely. Go ahead.
So I would just wanted to address the validity of he hadn't had an opportunity thing. So when you say full control, I just want to make sure that we all heard it correctly because you said this is first year having full control, whatnot. So when they talked about the relationship of him and Arthur Smith, they said they had 50-50 duties in terms of GM management. I didn't finish the question. I didn't finish the question, James.
Oh no! I was doing something else. My bad.
Okay.
I should have muted.
No, you don't got to mute. I thought you were trying to start the answer.
No. I was actually talking to someone else. So my bad. That's why I opened the mute.
John, can you drop the link again into the chat?
All right, so I'll go back.
Do what now?
Can you drop the link again in the chat?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
All right.
Is somebody else trying to come on? Okay, hey, go ahead, Keely.
My question was because I just wanted to make sure that I heard it clearly, James. That's all. So when they said that, I thought they said they were working collaboratively. I thought that was the role between Arthur Smith and Terry, or did they emphatically say that both of them share GM duties 50-50?
Well, GM duties, no, it did not. And Tidy, you'll have to correct me when I go astray. They had equal say in the talent acquired, but
okay, that's
you had a GM and you had a head coach.
Because I don't. The reason I'm asking because I don't remember them specifically stating that they had equal control in the talent. I thought they said that they work collaboratively. Because collaboratively is a lot different than saying they are 50-50 in responsibility for acquiring talent.
So let me ask you this: so if they working collaboratively, well, I can't say the word. I'm a fluster the word.
I can't either.
So with that being said, if they working collaboratively over a roster, and what's the GM do? What's one of the GM dudes about? They help with the roster, right? And the coach work with the roster, right? So if they have 50-50 control over the talent, don't you think that's kind of like a GM duty that the head coach is doing at that point? Something like when Bill Belichick at the time was a GM and a head coach at the same time. I mean, I'm just asking.
No, I don't think it's the same. Because what I'm saying is basically all head coaches and GMs work collaboratively.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is Mike Smith worked collaboratively with Dimitrov. That doesn't mean that they both shared GM duties, but they did collaborate. Like I collaborate with my manager, even though he's my manager and I don't have his responsibilities.
But is it to a point that you have the same type of power? You have the same type of power as the GM when it comes to that with the roster?
James, that's why I'm asking, because I don't remember ever hearing 50-50 power. I heard that they both report to Rich McKay, which would lead to believe. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Saying that they both report to the same manager doesn't say that they have the same job. You see what I'm saying?
It was technically in the sense it was if they were both reporting to Rich McKay.
No.
Hold on, listen to me. If they both reporting to Rich McKay and it's not head coach to GM to Rich McKay, that's some type of same level of power.
No, it just means you're reporting to the same manager. So what I'm saying is like
I understand, but that's so they gave him that same to me. I'm saying to me. I ain't gonna say overall. I said to me that gives Arthur Smith some of that same type of power that he had over that roster.
And what I say to that is, if they reporting to Rich McKay, who exactly is Rich McKay? If they got a GM,
that's the GM at that time.
There you go.
There you go.
Maybe or maybe so. So here's because all right. So or maybe it's all right. The GM will normally in most organizations will report to the owner. I'm assuming, right?
Correct.
All right.
Or the team president.
Or the team president. And if Rich McKay serves in that role of team president or owner by proxy, then he wouldn't by default be the GM, because traditionally the role would look like head coach reports to the GM and GM reports to the owner or team president. So if Rich McKay serves in that third role, that doesn't by default makes him the GM. It just means that they're reporting to who would typically be the team president or the owner.
But it's letting you know who got ultimate power, though.
Now let me dip in this for a second.
Yeah.
Let me dip in here for a second. And I got it tight. I got to rely on you because it's almost 2:00 and I'm 66 years old, and stuff might not come to me. I might not remember things. However, if I'm not mistaken, Terry Fontenot wasn't able to really do his job under Arthur Smith. His hand was being held by Rich McKay, even though they selected him as general manager. Okay,
this is true.
Correct.
Okay, and see, this is the thing. This organization has had 7 general managers at one time. Okay, they've had seven general managers. Matter of fact, Scott Pioli, who used to be Dimitrov's boss, reported to Dimitrov, and there were about 3 to 4 other people that were general managers, and Rich McKay sat on top of all of them, because Rich McKay, he was supposed to be the sounding board, the word of wisdom, or the whoever the hell that is, the Maharaja that sits on top of the hill in the mountains with the wind blowing and all that type of stuff at the temple before you got to Arthur Blank. Okay. That's what I remember about what was going on with them, because the thing was that press conference, that first press conference when they fired Arthur Smith, what did they have Terry Fontenot doing? Terry Fontenot was burping babies, being a sounding board. Folk were crying on his shoulder about the fact that they had lost their job. He was trying to find landing spots for them. And it was a real bad look for that particular press conference because people were constantly asking, "Where's Terry? Where's Terry?" Well, he's back doing this, that, and the other, whatever. All right, people wanted to ask Terry because Terry was supposed to have been the general manager. Okay, that's why I always was saying about this situation that you don't know who did what because of now, like you said, Keely. All right, you got a head coach. Traditional head coaches coach the team. Okay.
Well, Judge, before you go too far, let me tell you where I was coming from. Just so
okay.
you get where I was coming from. Where I was going was that I was trying to make sure that we weren't coming to conclusions based off assumptions or speculations and not definitive information, which is why I was asking those questions. Like, did he specifically say this? Because what I remember that was stated was this. You know what I'm saying? So we can assume that they had 50-50 power, but that wasn't directly stated. We made the assumption because they both equally reported up. And then we can also make the assumption that Rich McKay may have been the default GM, even though it was never stated. He could have been basically the role of team president or whatever the case may be. It was never. So I was just trying to make sure that we aren't coming to conclusions based off assumptions or speculation. That's where that's the direction I was coming from.
Okay.
Everything that's basically being
So
said,
to your point,
hold on. Long story short. All right. When we come off with Thomas Dimitrov, who was the best GM in Falcon history, we had our most winningest tenure under his command. When we come off that, there's no reason to keep giving Terry all these damn excuses when you're not getting the job done.
And Winston, that's where I was kind of going with it, because what James was saying, this is his first real shot, and we do not know if that he hasn't had his full authority this whole time. We're not gonna say full, but we don't know if he's had this authority the whole time.
So let me say this.
No, and he has.
But
we don't. It's not definitive. We don't know.
You can tell that he hasn't. Let me explain.
I said it and asked James 3 different times. You said for sure that this past year, hold on, because I'm talking.
Okay.
You said for sure that the past year he was in full control. He said yes. Okay, I bet. Now, if you go and look at NFL statistics, who draft had the least impact out of all of their draft picks? Atlanta Falcons. So he had full control over this draft. And our players that he drafted played the least amount out of any players out of any team's draft this entire season.
You do got to consider, like, the first pick was a quarterback, and he was drafted to, of course, just be in the background.
I'm not negating that at all. I ain't negating that at all.
The second thing is, like, you had a second round guy, he went on injured reserve. Then the next draft pick, he got hurt for the year. So now you're down to like the 4th, 5th, and the bottom half of the draft.
Hold on, Todd. Because if you remember, we traded up to go get Root. We traded up to go get Root.
Right. He still went on injured reserve though.
Hold on. The first couple of games, he wasn't even dressed. He wasn't even active.
Correct.
He got cooking. He started working, played for like 3 games, and got hurt. Okay, he came back after that. And still won't get on the field. Like
No. He before he got hurt, he was getting snaps, and when he came back, he was getting snaps. And then Brandon Doyle started getting snaps.
That's what I'm saying. They're getting limited snaps.
And then JD Bertrand got snaps too.
Yeah, because everybody else was hurt. Lamb and Troy was hurt. That's why he started getting snapped. Okay, what I'm saying is totality over the entire season. Out of every team draft, our draft played the least amount of snaps.
But you gotta consider the circumstances. Your first pick,
you have to consider the context.
Had to sit on the bench because he's a quarterback. You expect that.
I'm not negating that.
Right. But those are the 2 guys who are you expected to play more. And the second guy who got drafted, once he started playing and he started
hurt. He was out for 4 games.
he got hurt. Right.
Right.
So
He came
you
back,
got to
right?
keep that in mind too.
So if he came back, why was there not an uptick in his play?
He did play, but you got to understand he coming off injury
I'm saying
reserve. You know, it's going you got to work him back into the rotation.
But to be fair, Winston, you can't really grade a draft class this early for this year. Like usually you can't grade a draft class to like 3 years down the line.
I'll just say this: if Michael Penix ends up being what we want him to be, it's a win on that draft class. If you get a franchise quarterback who is either
I'm not knocking that.
Right. Let me just say this though. Let me just say this. Right, but let me just finish. If you come out this draft and you get a franchise quarterback who ends up being very good, or if we're lucky he ends up being great, you won this draft. It's a win. It don't matter what Root do, it don't matter what Doyless do, JD Bertrand, none of them guys. If you get a franchise quarterback and he ends up being very good, perennial Pro Bowl, it's a win. You won that draft just by your quarterback.
You won a draft pick.
No, you won the draft. You won the draft.
I won the draft.
No, if you get a very good quarterback, you have won that draft because that's the most important position on the field.
Hold on. How many draft picks did we have last year?
I don't recall what 5, 6, maybe 5. I think something like 6.
Okay, so you struck on one out of all the rest. That's the overall. You got a franchise quarterback, but if you take him out of the equation, the rest of the draft is not hitting on shit.
But that's it. We're not taking him out. You're talking about a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical. That's literally how this is.
You just said if you take him out.
All right, so you can put him in. Put him in.
To be fair, that's typically how GMs are evaluated. They're graded by how many hits and how many misses. To be fair, when they're graded by, all right, in the 2023 draft, how many hits and how many misses? 2022, how many hits and how many misses? So I get where Tidy's talking about the impact of a quarterback. Yes, it's significant, but how GMs are generally graded are by how many hits and misses in a draft.
Exactly. Now, how many misses has he had? How many hits has he had? You got Drew Dalton.
I ripped that motherfucking contract up.
It has not been as bad as we're making it seem, y'all. If you get 2 out of each draft, you've done a good job.
Gotta stop it.
He ain't even done that,
No, I'm serious. If you get 2, listen to me. If you get 2 good players out of each draft, you've done a good job.
I would say if you get 2 starters out of a draft, you've done a great job.
Good players. You know, they're starters.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't think most people expect 2 to 3 starters out of every draft. They're expecting like hit as in you hit on a rotational player or hit on. And they're no longer like if that player in the 5th round is no longer on a roster, or the 4th round or a 3rd round pick are no longer on a roster 5 years from now, they would consider it a miss. So even if they're a backup, that's what I'm saying.
Now, how many has he actually hit? He hit on Drew Dalton, AK in the serve. Let's be honest. If AK was on any other team, he would be a backup. He would be a backup.
But okay, now I got to put this in there. I got to put this in there.
On Drake, he hit on Penny. Who else did he hit on?
Tyler Algier.
Is that a Arthur Smith pick or a Terry pick? Because y'all telling me they went 50-50. So
see, that's where I was gonna go.
So that was gonna be my question.
That's the conundrum.
The draft class 2021, 22, 23.
That's the point.
Y'all tell me since they went 50-50, which one was an Arthur Smith pick and which one was a Terry pick?
We don't really know, but see, I'll just say this. I'll just say this. Based on the optics and what we were told, they did tell us that Terry Fontenot was pretty much a protege GM in training. And once Rich McKay stepped into the soccer side, if you look at the optics did change. They started letting Terry run all the press conferences, whereas in before you'd have Rich McKay and Arthur Blank up there singing that same song. But if you notice, since Rich McKay got out of the way, they let Terry run all the press conferences. You don't see Rich no more. You don't see Arthur Blank no more. So if you looking at the optics and what they told us, you have to at least give Terry a little leverage and say he didn't have full control like your traditional GM was, based on what they said and based on what we see.
I think legally they will call it circumstantial evidence, right? So it's not definite. We're saying what it looks like. What it looks like if you connect this dot and you connect this dot, it's circumstantial, but we still don't know.
Right? We don't know either way. We don't know either way. And look at it this way. Look at it this way. I think if Terry would have had like so much typical GM powers that he would have been fired when Arthur Smith
and that's what I'm finna say too, because for the simple fact it is, if it went traditional, how it's supposed to go in the NFL, that night when Arthur Smith got his ass that boot, Terry would have got that boot too.
I think that's here's the thing that's dangerous with circumstantial evidence, right? The thing was dangerous about circumstantial evidence is that your biases determine your perspective, right? So if you believe Terry should be saved, then you will connect the pieces in his favor. If you think it's right, that circumstantial evidence would connect that way. That's the thing that's like you. To your point, James, you think that the fact that he wasn't fired, you think that evidence suggests that he didn't have full authority, but we do not know why he was spared. That's an assumption based upon. Because I believe this, so that's the danger with circumstantial evidence.
But would you not agree there more circumstantial evidence to support the fact that he didn't have GM powers than there is to support that he did have full control over the roster?
I wouldn't agree to it. No.
Now.
I think
I got something else I need to.
That's what I think. I think he wanted a level of continuity.
Y'all just brought up something else. And Red, hold on now, because I'm about to say something, Red. Now, hold on. Did Mitro have full control of the roster? Because every time... Now, hold up, Tidy.
Yeah, during some parts of his tenure, he did. Yes, he did.
Now, hold up, Tidy. Now, every time something happened, him, Arthur Blank, and Rich McKay was sitting up there at the dais. Every time.
John, you remember, because you bring it up a lot. They told us when they took Demetrius powers from him. They had a press conference saying, "Okay, this is when Arthur Blank was still a little younger, still more brass. Like, okay, you're now in control of helmets and jerseys. We're gonna strip you down and we're gonna bring in these other GMs." That's when we seen and we heard that Demetrius was losing his power.
You're right. Now, Tidy, you're right. But my point is, even though he was general manager and being held responsible for it, I'm thinking now, did he have to go past Rich McKay before he actually did anything?
Oh, I do you one better.
We don't really know.
Do the Atlanta Falcons
y'all got me questioning this now.
Watch it. Do the Atlanta Falcons fan base blame Thomas Dimitrov for the Matt Ryan and Julio Jones contract and restructure?
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
Wait
a minute. Didn't Arthur Blank order him? Didn't Arthur Blank order him?
But John, that wasn't his question though. Listen to what he asked.
Do the fans blame?
The fans. Okay. Well, I thought I was a fan.
If y'all remember.
No, John, you're an expert.
I
got a raise. I got a damn raise.
You got a promotion on the job. Promotion. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. But if y'all remember, Arthur Blank, in the middle of negotiation, went out there and said there are going to be Falcons for life. So that took all the negotiating power away from Thomas Dimitrov. But we still hold Thomas Dimitrov accountable for their contract.
That was after Blake stripped his powers from him too, though.
No, that was before.
No, it wasn't. That was after he stripped his powers.
Bucko.
Because I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna refresh your memory. You got when Dan Quinn got hired, Winston. When Dan Quinn got hired, part of his.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Even
if it was after they stripped his powers from him, even if it was after, when Arthur Blank stepped out and made that statement, it does not matter because we still hold Tommy Dimitrov accountable for the contract.
The consensus of the fans do, but
before or after, it doesn't matter. We still hold him accountable.
Not all of us. This goes back to what John was saying when he said he thought it was a fan. Like a lot of us, like me, John, and y'all, like we understand. Like, hey, Arthur Blank, you had a lot to do with the messing up the salary cap. But the consensus of the fans who ain't gonna be arguing this stuff all night like we do, they just gonna look at it and say, well, he was the general manager. It's Dimitroff's fault because they're not as anal as we are about the team. So it goes from consensus compared to what we actually were told and what we saw and what we heard.
That is true.
But too, just so y'all don't think I was being in terms of the question y'all asked me, I wouldn't like what I was trying to say is y'all remember like there was a group of us that felt that if Arthur Smith didn't wasn't so confrontational that he probably would have gotten a fourth season. And that's where, to your question of do I think that evidence that of Terry being spared is evidence that this and that. I'm saying that to say that I wasn't being argumentative with it. I was just saying I think that I was just thinking that the initial plan was for them to both stay at least 4 years, and that basically Arthur Smith got himself fired, and that's why I think Terry was withheld. I don't think he went down
that output that Arthur Smith had against.
I think Arthur Smith got himself cut short.
It was the same. It was the Aints at the end of the 2024 season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Where they stood there and spanked her, and Jamie Winston took him called on the fake spike and all that. That what got him fired.
Yeah, I think the plan was for them to both come back. I think the plan, but I think Arthur Smith got himself fired. So that's what I mean by why Terry was retained. That's what I believe.
But watch this. When people don't study history is bound to repeat itself. Because you don't grasp what already happened. So let's fast forward to the end of this season. And we had a similar display once again against the Panthers. That's why Jimmy Lake has got fired. This is bound to repeat itself if you do not learn from it. There's no getting around it.
I think Jimmy Lake was going to get fired regardless. We didn't make playoffs, and somebody had to be the scapegoat.
True, but at the same time, when you saw the uptick in the sack production and all that, if we had beat Carolina, even though we lost the division, if we had beat Carolina and kept it to a manageable score, he'd probably be this DC going into the next year.
I think they still fire him.
But because they said they and hung up, what they put up? 42?
Something like that, 42, 44.
42, 44. Like, that's disgusting. From the Panthers? Come on. Like,
I think the Carolina game didn't happen. I think it could have been a case for Jimmy Lake to be retained.
I'll just tell y'all this: if to actually to make y'all's point or compensate with y'all argument, if this team doesn't succeed, and when I say succeed, be a viable threat in the playoffs, Terry will definitely be fired, and Raheem will be fired. No doubt about it. I said Terry and Raheem. They'll both be gone.
My bad, Ty. I just wanted to make sure we got him too.
Yeah, they both will be gone. They both be gone.
Okay. Now hold up. How many dogs?
The question that I had at the beginning of the show: do you allow Grady Jarrett to go because of the cap situation, and you put in these young players that's unproven, or do you keep him? And now you're at this crossroad because of what your GM did with the cap. You see what I'm saying? Now we're pretty much fucked right now. For lack of a better term, we're fucked.
I mean, but Winston, here's my question. Here's my
Colonel.
question. I do think that the process was disjointed. I don't think that was the way it went. I don't think was their original plan. I don't think that this is how they meant for it to go. However, do you think they had any other option? Being the way that it played out, do you think they had any other option but to go after Kirk?
Yes.
No.
Yes. You could have went got a bridge quarterback for him for Pennis to sit behind and learn. That's why I said when you go spend that type of money to go get a Kirk Cousins, you spending that to go all in.
Let me pause in right here before you go, because I don't want you to go too far from the point. You see what I'm saying? So here's what you just said. You said as a bridge quarterback to go to Penix. And the reason I said is that I don't think that was the original plan. I don't think that was the original plan to get a bridge quarterback and then go draft Penix when they went and got Kirk. That's what I'm saying. So to an extent, I can't blame them for that, because it would have been great if that in a perfect world that should have been the plan, the belief that, hey, let's go get a cheap bridge quarterback and then go get our quarterback in a perfect world. But I don't know if that was the plan. I not doubt that was the plan. I think that the plan was, let's go get a quarterback that can win now, and we'll get our quarterback along the way. And it just so happened that after they got Kirk, then they made a hard left and then said, all right, now let's go get Penny.
And he was still there in the draft.
True.
Yeah.
Like
So I'm saying Terry might not, he may not have had a choice in that, because I think the original plan, if the original plan was to get a bridge quarterback and we knew we could get Penix, then yes, we can blame Terry. But I don't think that was the original plan. So therefore, it might be unavoidable. We can't blame him for that.
And I agree with it. But like I was saying, from when we first got Kirk Cousins, all right, we got Cousins, then we got Mooney, then we got Ray, then we got what's butter they got
Rondell Moore.
Rondell Moore. Okay, you're pushing into a mode where we're going in this season.
Win now.
Yes. And I was saying that when I done said it numerous times on this show. I done said it on Waffle House and all this stuff. You're in win now mode. Within this year or next year, all your chips is in the middle, because of the way the money Kirk Cousins contract is set up. Is win now. Okay. So when we drafted Penix, I said this team is not being built right. We fucked up. This team is not being built right, because if you were going to get Penix, then you get a bridge quarterback for cheaper, and you could have allocated that money to the defense.
You're right, and their incompetence end up being their saving grace. Like the fact that because they ended up getting Penix, so here's my point. You're correct. If you're getting Kirk, that means you're all in. That means you should have gotten someone who could help you win. That is correct. However, they didn't do that, which you would then render as that's bad. That's foolishness. However, that foolishness is the reason why we're actually going to be successful in 2025.
I'm not negating that part. That's not what I'm negating. I understand why we got Penix, and there was a calculated risk that paying out. As far as we seen, that's a calculated risk that did pan out. Okay, love it. Okay, then go back to the off season. When you allocating this money to Mooney and Ray and Moore, and you building this offense around Kirk Cousins, then their first pick should have been a defensive helper, a game changer on the other side of the ball, because you're pushing forward and all in. And because that's not the case, now because Kirk Cousins' contract is structured the way it is, you're setting the team back. Because what's going to have to happen is you got to drop people. You got to cut people. just to have a little bit of wiggle room to pick up pieces.
I get what you're
clear money. You got to clear money just to add to the team.
I get what you're saying there, Winston, and I partially agree, but I also gonna put in the fact that we did, and no matter how it ended up, we was all happy as hell when we got Judon via trade. When we that day out the blue, I think it was on a Tuesday, they announced that they signed Justin Simmons. So it was like they went in, even though they didn't draft the guy on the other side of the ball, they went and plugged in some real good veterans who we thought would make a difference.
It was trash.
It just didn't end up
last year in Denver.
I won't say it was trash. I ain't gonna say he was trash. Now he was a disappointment in Atlanta, but I won't say he was trash in Denver. But what I'm saying is like that. But what I'm saying is when you go get Judon and you go get Simmons, you're trying to compensate for what you didn't draft in that draft. Because like if they would have got Dallas Turner or Latu, it ain't like them guys lit the league on fire as a rookie. It take a while.
Reverse it.
But he went. When was he drafted?
Jared Verse?
Yeah, when was he drafted?
In the mid-team.
That's my point. He wasn't even projected to go in top 10.
And what did he do?
But see, what
did he do though?
But see, you missing my point because like hindsight is always going to be 20/20 vision. You know
what I'm saying is this: you had all three of them right there.
Okay, let's say if we don't get Penix, we get Dallas Turner. He gives us 2 sacks, and we realize, damn, it's gonna take this guy a while to develop. Then we would have been questioning, well, why did we go get this guy? Why did we go get this guy? I mean, you're gonna always have those questions unless you pick the perfect person.
Now, I agree that the planning was bad. My only retort is that in order for it to have went the right way, the correct way that it should have went, then they would have had to know that they were all in on Penix in March, and that's the only way that it could have worked out in that manner. And they weren't. Yeah, and they weren't. They was on him late. So the only way that it could have worked out perfect was if that was the case. I agree. It's disjointed, but the only way it could have worked is something that we can't expect, and we can't go back and say, well, they should have been on Penix in March.
Yeah, I mean, like, all right. If they was on Penix in March, all right, you could.
And it would have played out perfect.
You could have saved that money that you put to Kurt. You could have went and got a Flacco or Jameis Winston for like $10 million.
No.
I'm just saying, like,
no, the bomb quarterbacks, man. Y'all know all these bomb quarterbacks we done seen lately, man.
He's not gonna start forever. Hell. We paid Kirk all this damn money. He only started, 13, 14 games?
So question, Winston. If we bypass Kirk and that old bum ass Achilles, his old ass, and that $100 million guaranteed, we gonna say, look, we locked in on Penix. Let's say he gets drafted before we pick. Then what's our next move?
You go to the next quarterback.
So
I mean, to the next quarterback.
But that's the reason why we can't have the expectation that it would have went, because there's no guarantee that Penix would have failed. But with the whole bomb quarterback thing, that is the route that most teams take. Like when they went and got Drake May, they also went and got what's the name, the bridge to him. So like that
before
is typically
or after the draft.
They got him before the draft.
Yeah, before the draft.
The difference
because that would
you talking about Jacoby Brissett.
That what most normal organizations do. But they go spend low on a bridge quarterback and target a quarterback.
Now then they go get Flacco in Indianapolis for their kid, just like they went and got Andy Dalton for their kid in Carolina. For Bryce Young, they went and got Andy Dalton to show Bryce Young the ropes. They went and got Flacco to show Anthony Richardson the ropes. That's typically how I go. Yeah, you just go get a cheap vet to help with on that rookie learning curve. Typically, but it's not
very simple.
Yeah, and have him start before the rookie start.
Yeah, you let him start. You let the rookie watch for a little bit, and then when
that's what they did with Drake May. I don't think Drake May started game one.
That vet becomes on service.
Nah, he didn't. But Bryce Young started game one.
But this is the difference between
quarterback started game one.
Most people, most of those teams, with the exception of the Panthers, is those teams got a lot more leeway than we have. Like Drake May and the Patriots, and they done won a bunch of championships. We was at the point like, look, man, we need to win now. We need to win right now. We need a guy that we think gonna win right now at this point.
Literally what I sat there and said. So you're saying what I'm saying, because the mentality is we need to win right now. So you allocate all this money to Kirk Cousins. So therefore, you build the roster for Kirk Cousins to win right now.
So if we would have did that, then we would have been even, y'all pardon my language, even more fucked than we are now. But now we don't have a quarterback.
But really, this goes back to the very beginning when we talked about the direction of the quote unquote rebuild was screwed from the joint.
Right. Now I agree with you on that, Keely, because you can't.
It was two conflicting directions.
Right. You can't start this debate in 2024. You got to go back to 2021.
You got to go back to 2020.
Because they said we want to rebuild and win at the same time. And that's a conflict of interest.
Right. And then you got to question the Bijan over Jalen Carter pick. If we're gonna do it, we got to do it all the way in.
It's over Jamar Chase or Michael Parsons.
It goes back to, I remember that 2021 season when we drafted Pitts and Hugh Douglas was on the radio and they was talking the conflicting direction of, rebuild. Is this a rebuild or not a rebuild? That whole controversy. Hugh Douglas said a rebuild does not start until you get your quarterback. The fact that we had a 4 or 5 year rebuild and then get the quarterback until 2024.
Yeah, last year.
But let me been screwed from the jump.
And the thing about that too is like we didn't have no money too for like I think the third year of this tenure of this Fontenot tenure too.
But that ain't got nothing to do with the draft position.
Yes, okay, all right. Outside of Justin Fields, who could you have feasibly got outside of Fields? But we done did the Fields debate a bunch.
I mean, but the draft positions aren't static though, so you can always move up or down the board in any year. It doesn't matter what type of deal you start.
Not always. Everybody ain't gonna let you.
I mean, there's exceptions to everything. My point is, we can't just say that. Because someone wasn't available at this position. Because just like we saw, Carolina made a move to go get a quarterback, right? I mean, any team can make a move or strike the right deal. It's just a matter of you're going to be
willing to give it up,
and that depends on the other participants.
Everything depends on any deal. Any deal requires two participants.
But Keely, would you not agree? You follow this team very intently. Would you not agree that you always heard reports the Falcons is probably trying to move up? They're trying to move up. And now I'll ask you this: outside of the Bryce Young thing, how many teams got out the way and let somebody move up and draft their quarterback? How many teams outside of that Carolina thing? Between that time,
my response to that is that everyone has a price.
Not always.
Yeah, they do.
Not always. I'm telling you, not always. They're like, and even though he turned out to be bullshit, y'all pardon my language. When the Jets came out and told everybody to stop calling us, we're not gonna move out Zach Wilson. That's our guy. Washington was on the same kind of stuff. No, we got our guy. So every team ain't gonna move out of the way if they feel confident. Like, hey man, this is gonna be a 12, 15-year franchise quarterback. We don't care what y'all offer us. We need a quarterback. Not every team is gonna move.
We can agree to disagree. I think everyone has a price. We can say I have no desire to move. However, there's a offer on somewhere from Jesus or somewhere that will say, I can't pass this up. It's a deal too good to pass up. Exactly. I think that's the case of Boston. It may destroy your franchise.
That's my point, bro. It'll destroy the look at Carolina.
That's not the point that I'm making. What I'm saying is there's always a price.
I agree with you now. If you're gonna offer a team 5 first-round draft picks, of course they're gonna take it. But like you say, you're gonna destroy your franchise in the process because now you can't build around a quarterback.
I mean, Miami sent the Hall for. San Fran sent the Hall to go get Trey Lance.
How did that work out for him?
They still kept winning. They still made it to the Super Bowl.
But how did it work out for him though? In hindsight, do you think they would do that again in hindsight?
Here's the point I'm making. It didn't dilapidate the franchise. They kept winning. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but what I'm saying is the price they paid didn't destroy the franchise.
You are absolutely right, but you got to understand too, like that's like 1 in a million. You know, where you're gonna be able to give up all them picks and be able to
I mean,
rebound.
I don't know the probability on it. I didn't do the math. That's a perspective, but
and
what I'm
Keelan,
saying is it's feasible. We've seen things survive.
It's feasible, but now look at the 49ers now. They down Atlanta Falcons territory. They ain't playing the playoff.
Bro, they've been winning every year since. Like we can point to this 1 year that they're down.
But I'm saying, but my point is they gave up all them. They gave up all them picks, and they didn't get the Super Bowl in return. And now those picks that they gave up, they were not able to build a team with. And now like they down here with us, and they talking about firing Kyle Shanahan. Like ultimately,
but here's the thing: on defense. You can't
like y'all. You got to start that.
They had their shot, Tidy. My point is, they've been one of the best teams in the NFC for the last 5 years since they made that deal. So they had you can't be mad. They've had their shot.
Yeah, but I agree.
Before his ACL, then almost the entire defense got broke up.
That's football, bro. That's football.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't be mad if you got a good puncher's chance. Like if you did the deal and you still got your shot, you can't be mad.
Fully healthy, they probably would walk dogs on them. That's a boat race. We're not in the same league with them.
But we're straying too far. The point is, I'm just saying, it's not static. Like, all right, he wasn't available at 4 or this and that. Who was available? Like, I know we were trying to make that move with Carolina. I saw those reports.
Yeah, every year we had reports.
But the point is that Carolina sweetened the pot. It's the same thing with us not getting Deshaun. Is Cleveland turned around and they just sweetened the pot. They wanted it. Now, you're right. In those cases, it didn't work, but it could have worked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right. So
the point is that it's not the only point that's being made is that that doesn't mean that we would have been there. If Terry would have said, okay, I'll throw in an extra pick that'll beat that Carolina deal, you know, then we could have been at the top of the draft.
I agree with you. It's definitely feasible. But when you make moves like that, there's going to be some repercussions to it if you don't win a Super Bowl. You know,
unless
just
you're
like
San Francisco.
And they didn't win this. They didn't win the Super Bowl. They kept winning, but they did not win the Super Bowl. Like would you have liked for us to sell off for him and got Trey Lance that year? In hindsight, would you like for us to sell off for him and got Bryce Young that year? In hindsight,
no. What I would have loved, what I wanted, was for them to beat Carolina to the first pick and take CJ. I was a big CJ advocate. I wasn't one screaming CJ after he was drafted.
Oh, we both were.
I was saying CJ when I said his last year at Ohio State before the UGA game.
We both were.
So just because we make it to the top doesn't necessarily mean we had to take Bryce.
We both were.
And that's what I wanted in that. Is that for us to beat Carolina to the top and take CJ? That's what I specifically want.
Question for everybody: Do y'all feel good about Michael Penix? Like right now, as we talk, y'all feel good about it?
I do.
50-50.
I do. I mean, I have no evidence that this man is going to be an MVP candidate or whatever. And I got to always say about awards like that, those are opinionated awards, okay, just like Pro Bowlers, all that type of stuff. But Super Bowl winner, I see enough in him where you could, we could mold him into whatever it is that we need for him to be. I say that.
I think he had clearly, you can see he has a strong arm, but there's more to playing the quarterback than just having a strong arm. I think the first 2 games we saw. And we can attribute it to development. We saw a lot of missed passes those first. I think
or lack thereof.
We saw that in both games where his completion percentage was both around 50 to 55-ish in those first 2 games. And then in that last game, he looked,
awesome.
He looked awesome, but he also did it against the freaks of the NFL because Carolina give up the draws to everybody because they give up 30 plus a game to everybody. So it's kind of a sliding scale with that. So we have one play. You can't help, but you can include context.
But you
can include context.
You do take it with a grain of salt.
That's my point. Like how you play against Williams and Mary College in football is a lot different than playing against Ohio State.
Come on, man. Why I gotta be a VA school? Come on, now.
I just had to pick. I just picked any random.
What the hell?
So the typical whipping, I usually pick like Vandy, but Vandy
Sisters
beat
of the
Alabama.
Poor.
Yeah, but Vandy did rise up this year and beat Alabama. So
Why couldn't be like Valdosta on
Appalachian State? I use Appalachian State.
Why gotta be Valdosta?
See what I'm saying?
See, you gonna offend somebody no matter what you dog gonna say. So it ain't no safe ground.
I gotta be South Georgia.
So
it ain't no
basically,
safe ground. Ain't no safe ground.
Titletown, USA.
So I saw out of 3 games.
What about Tifton, Ty? How about Tifton?
Yeah, I don't like the way that college look on interstate, so y'all can get that.
Oh man, see, I tell you,
let's go.
You just sold South Georgia out.
I don't know. They closer to Atlanta, I think, than they are down here. So that might be Metro Atlanta.
or Perry, somewhere around Perry or the farmers market. But gentlemen, good grief. Man, I guess we really needed to have a show because man, this was a good one among the good ones we've had. Because man, shoot, we running into 5 hours here. We must have had a lot. Well, we did. We had a lot to get off our chest.
Well, we missed a couple weeks too.
Yeah.
Well, 1 week. 1 week. Just 1 week.
Yeah. Well, hey, you missed. It's just man, shoot. Ooh. And gentlemen, one thing I want to make sure that we always do is thank everybody that was in the chat, especially the chat, because the chat has been lively, prickly, and a little bit pissed about certain things. And I'm glad you guys were able to go ahead and bang on your keyboards or thumbprint your phones to give us a lot of the things that we were talking about tonight and your opinions. And I made sure to post all of them so that, Brian Cornelius, Wallace Smith, Good Life Forever. Who else? Winston Thorne. That's back channel. That's back channel stuff going on with that right there. Ray Ellison and Brian Cornelius and Keeley. Yeah, that's back channel. Strapped Up 24, Jamar, and all of you guys. We really appreciate you guys participating as well as the panel. And let me see. Let me go to my and that Red done woke up and popped his head up.
John,
I'm gonna go to my
which answer that question you were gonna ask earlier. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna keep changing coaches out? No, we ain't gonna keep changing coaches out. We just need to get rid of Raheem and get an offensive coach in here for our quarterback, and that'll be the last coach.
I wouldn't. See.
I
At this point,
think Penix need an offensive head coach going forward, and as dumb as Raheem doing, he gonna just dumb his way right out of the job, and we're gonna be going on and winning Super Bowls.
Well, the only thing about that, and I'm gonna say this: either way you go, as far as head coaches go, there is no real definitive answer as to which type of head coach you really need to be successful.
Oh yeah, it's pros and cons.
You still have coordinators. You still have your coordinators.
Yeah, like I've always said.
I just don't want Penix to keep. I just don't want Penix to keep losing coordinators every 2 and 3 years. If you have an offensive coach that's in his system, no matter what coordinators leave, he'll still be with the same system.
Yeah. True. Well, guess what?
Ryan did the same thing. Guess
Ryan what?
Switching coordinators every 2 years. You got to season out of it.
Well, see, and something else, Red. Guess what? We just fired one. we just fired one, but that joke couldn't coach his way out of it.
Well, yeah, but the thing he never had a quarterback. This new coach will already come to the team with a quarterback.
And that's if you keep hiring bad coaches, then you're gonna keep having to fire them. Like if you keep hiring bad coaches, you're gonna keep firing them.
Before we go, I want to ask about this. Are we still paying Arthur Smith?
I heard he signed a 5-year deal, so whatever that math is.
Yeah. I think after next season we'll be done paying for him.
Which is another reason Raheem is still here, gentlemen.
See, that's where I was going. Because, see, okay, if you're still paying Arthur Smith, you fire Raheem, you're going to still pay him. Because how many years did Raheem get?
Probably 4 at least, I'm guessing. At least probably 4.
4 years.
Do over with probably would be 1.
And you fired Raheem at the end of this past season. That means you're going to be paying 3 head coaches.
I'm reading it now.
It don't affect the cap though. You know what I'm saying?
No. I know that. I know about the cap. I know on the cap, but
man, they busting Arthur Blank pocket wide open. He busting that wide open.
Oh yeah. See, that's my point. And is that a good look for a franchise to be paying 3 head coaches? Because I think somebody is paying 4.
You know what? It's not a good look because it shows no stability in your leadership. When you paying a whole bunch of head coaches at the same time.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Somebody is paying 4 head coaches, if I'm
or
not
is the
mistaken.
leadership in this organization bad, and they just keep cycling through things instead of setting put and figure out whether this coach is good or bad.
So I think we owe him for the next 2 years because on this news article it says at the start. This article is dated January 9th, 2024, and they're saying we at that point in 2024 January we owe him 3 years. We had to pay him for the next 3 years. So we got
so Raheem may be here for 2 more years, regardless of what happens.
Maybe.
It said he will receive $17,000 daily until his contract ends.
And Raheem getting $5 million a year.
He had a 6-year contract when he signed.
Arthur Smith.
Oh
God.
See again, who
made that man think he was worth 6 years?
How do you give a rookie coach that many years?
See, I told Arthur Blank don't know what he doing, man. He don't know.
As a rookie coach, that's not that much of a stretch.
I see 4. I see most times I see 4. I rarely have I seen 6.
Like Mayo, Jerome Mayo. Mayo signed like what? I want to say he signed a 6-year contract.
Jerome Mayo had been in the organization for like his whole life. He was a coach in waiting.
That's how it go. I mean, like
what I'm saying, he was like
head coaches. They get like it's somewhere between like 3 and 6, but for the most part, it's usually like 5 or 6, and then they really evaluate you off your first 2 to 3, and then they move on, or they extend you or whatever. I mean, let's use like Kevin Stefanski. I think he got like his first job. He just got an extension. What's dude down there? D'Amico Ryan down with the Texans. He got 6 years. And hell, 9 times out of 10, he probably get extended after next season.
Yeah, because he this make his 2nd year in the playoff. Make his 2nd year in the playoff. But
he earned it.
He winning his division too.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Anything happened in the next 4 years, he would have earned it. These first 2 years would have earned it.
I guess we'll see because I wonder. I guess we'll no mind. I was gonna say when Ben Johnson. I'm trying to figure out what Ben Johnson got, but I don't know if they finished.
With the Bears, I wouldn't be surprised. Probably
5 or 6, I bet.
Yeah, he probably got 6.
Man, I'd be scared to go to the Bears. Man, I would be scared to death.
I mean, to be honest, and like I said on Keely had posted yesterday or whatever. I'm gonna be honest with you. If Ben Johnson is able to translate his offensive acumen to being the head coach, Chicago's gonna be dangerous in about a year or 2. I mean, dangerous.
If he
Chicago. I put it to you like this. If he's able to still be able to handle the offensive responsibility by being the head coach, Chicago will be Green Bay like 2 years ago when Jordan Love first hopped on the scene.
If he just hired the right defense, well, Chicago gonna keep defense, but if he just hired the right defensive guy, well, he ain't got to worry about this side of the ball. He can just focus totally on offense. He'll be all right.
Yeah, Dennis Allen only got a 4-year deal.
That might affect that who he gonna hire as defensive coordinator. Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen is like Arthur Smith. He's a better coordinator than the head coach. He's a better coordinator.
We shall see. All right, Keely, what you doing this weekend, man? What's up? What problem is?
Preparing for I don't know. Really ain't got nothing to do with workout. That's it.
Tonyo, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what you doing this weekend, man?
Probably gonna clean out my storage shed.
How you coming along? How your hand coming along, man?
Oh, it's good. That's where I can go out and sort everything out. Now I'm good.
All right, that is good to hear. James, well, I know James, you got to dig your way out of the snow. That snow that y'all still got. He probably sleep. James, you sleep? Yeah, that looks like an F. Red.
I wish you would give me an F. I'm still up.
Yeah, I think I laughed or woke you up.
Nah, I want to sleep.
Said the guy that was yawning in the background.
I'm sitting up here calling him.
You know they're stretching right now.
Now I'm over here calling him.
I'm at Slam. Winston, I am stretching right now.
I know it. I can hear it. I can hear it, bro.
Sound like Rice Krispies up here.
Damn.
Hey, all right, Red. Y'all 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock Saturday morning. See, I'm gonna try to get up, Red, but y'all ain't gonna let me on. I already know.
It'll probably be 11 o'clock. Yeah, conference championship this weekend. Other than that, I'll just be trying to keep warm in this cold climate we got down here in Atlanta. I don't do good with the cold weather. I was freezing my butt off at work tonight.
Man, wait a minute, you on the load side, right?
I was in the air belt tonight. I'm in the air belt.
Oh Lord, in the cans.
Oh, it's a little spare. We got some space, and we just, like I said, that's the problem. We got so much space over there with none of that cold air coming in the building.
Yeah.
I should have been in the more secluded area where I could have felt some of that heat.
Boy. You ain't lived until you done unloaded the truck outside at a truck terminal when the halt.
I don't do the trucks no more, man. I've been past that.
Boy, I was out there with that halt. I used to be out there with that halt, boy.
Yeah, I tell you what. I know you may sound crazy doing it, but if you were to unload and load a truck, the good time to do it is in the summertime or the spring when it's warm. You know, I feel it.
No, don't trailers get hot. Well, don't trailers be.
No, but man,
especially the one with them
then whatever them now with this cold air. Boy,
but
I've
white top.
I've worked some dogs.
That white top. Them post office truck with them white tops on them. Man, look at here. All you need is barbecue salt. Cause you is being roasted, Jack. I'm talking about Kenny Rogers roasters. Ooh-wee. And
back in the day.
Yeah, man, I tell you, made me the man I am right now, man. Look here, I throw a half gallon of milk 40 yards.
Them young boy, they don't know, John, about them flaps, them trucks with the flaps. How we used to be. Ooh.
Oh man, yeah. You go at the top, go all the way to the back, and then come up the flaps coming out.
Whoa,
man,
boy.
shoot, 40. What was those 40 footers, 38, 40, 45 footers?
I got trained in them things, man.
Man, woo wee. And you didn't have no conveyor belt. You had to put them on them rollers, Jack. And the man wanted it.
Right.
The man wanted it coming out just like it was on a conveyor belt.
Exactly. Oh my God, I forgot all about them damn rollers, man.
Man, I didn't. I didn't.
Yeah. Dang, man, they got, man. You know what I say, these young kids, man, they got this shit so easy now. They don't even understand what we used to go through back in the day.
That's what I'm saying, man. I didn't see a conveyor belt going into a truck until I got to the post office. But man, look at him. It was asshole and elbow. Come on, let's. It was just like I was in a 4-hour football game all the time. But at any rate, that was years ago.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mr. Tidy Jones, we glad you stopped by tonight, and really appreciate your contributions to the conversation. You know, we always get deep into it. And see, the thing is about us on the eye test, we get deep. So, Tidy, what you doing?
Probably well.
The private eye test.
Gonna watch these conference championships game, and that's about it, man. You know, get ready for the Super Bowl in about 2 weeks. That's all I got planned. Hopefully the snow been enough by then.
And tell them where they can find you.
You find me here on YouTube at Atlanta Bird Game. And as always, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys having me. It was fantastic as usual. Same bat time, same bat channel next week.
Yeah, Buffalo and Washington in the Super Bowl.
I think so too.
Ooh. Okay.
I don't know what Tony or
all right.
I think
with who winning?
I put it to you like that. If Philly come play Washington the way they just played, they are gonna get boat race.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Washington going to the Super Bowl, man. Finna have rookie.
I think so too. And if it don't snow, the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. I'm not gonna judge them off that game in the snow.
Well, it's not supposed to snow. It's supposed to be dry. Just supposed to be typical Philadelphia weather. I think 25 degrees at game time or whatever. And they got Philly's got the late game too, right? 6:30.
I don't know. I ain't checked the schedule yet.
I think Philly's got the late game this time.
It's gonna be a repeat.
Is he the greatest rookie ever though?
The 91 Super Bowl.
If he wins the Super Bowl, he is.
If Jaden
get close, you about to have a chance, Tonio.
When was the last quarterback that went to the Super Bowl as a rookie?
He about to be the
probably
first.
Dan Marino.
That was his second year.
That was his second year.
I don't know if y'all watched that Herman Edwards thing today. He said the one thing about Washington, he said you got to beat them. But he said if it get down to the end of the game and if you give Jaden Daniels the ball and it's a close game, he said he gonna beat you.
I know. And look, you know the Eagles. All Washington got to do is take Saquon out the game and put it in Hurts' hand. Washington go.
Look, my sick man that I work with, he's a diehard Redskin fan. Well, Commander fan, correction.
I heard his name coming back.
Oh yeah, they said the name coming back.
They're trying to get it back. They're trying to get it back. They the Indian tribe with a Native American tribe that the original head decal is from, his descendants is pushing for them to reinstate the Redskin name.
Oh, they'll get it back because everything that Trump doing right now. They'll get it back.
Yeah, it's very possible. It's got to go back to the Redskins.
I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say.
I told him like, if y'all sit there and actually commit to stopping the run, stopping Saquon, y'all beat them.
Yeah.
You heard what Mark Zuckerberg said today?
Make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm.
I think
I
think
trust
it's scary. The reason I don't, because honestly, that Commanders team isn't that talented. It's really like Jaden, McLaurin, and then that interior defensive line. That's like,
but that kid right there, guys like that, he just like Mahomes.
Zach Ertz,
he can take over.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Zach the whole organization.
So the argument I had with someone, I was like, I would take the Falcons roster over the Commanders outside of the tight end and quarterback and interior defensive line. Everything else, the running back room, the receiving room, even the secondary. Like I wouldn't take their defense. You can't beat their defensive line with Allen and Payne in the middle.
You know the difference though.
The quarterback.
No, it ain't even there.
It's the quarterback.
Our
offensive line is better.
But Herman Edwards said the same thing about Michael Penix, though. He said
they
about
play,
James Daniels and Michael
play
Penix.
as a team.
He said they at the end. He said them two boys will beat you.
And that's what's going on. They play as a team.
He let it be known. He said them two boys right there. He said they will beat you. If you keep them in the game
remember,
they will beat you.
We took them to overtime with a 3-game quarterback.
No, that was his second game.
That was his second game.
That was his second game.
2 games. That's right. Okay, right. 2-game quarterback. We took them to overtime.
Now hold on, John. We should have took them nowhere because the game should have been over with. We didn't even have been to overtime.
I'm telling you, the Commanders
had a field goal kicker.
Yeah.
Wait until because they don't really have a lot of cap. Like, just wait till they put talent around Jaden. They're gonna be a problem. Like the receiving core is literally Jaden. On Terry McLaurin and Zach Ertz, and our old fifth string receiver is their second guy.
Well, they got almost $100 million to do it now. So
yep.
Ooh, got plenty
and then Payne is already signed long term, and I think Allen had already signed long term.
The boys got plenty of money.
I'm pretty sure
you gotta do. I know they happy they ain't got a dumb GM like Terry.
Winston, wrap us up. We had 5 hours.
Imagine if they go get like a T. Higgins.
Oh hell! Oh my God, he a free agent too, ain't he? They're gonna be the first motherfucker. They're gonna be the first guy to go after. Why? I bet you they go after T. Higgins.
Man, you got Terry McLaurin and T. Higgins on the other side of the field.
No, that's it. Okay. That's it. They going after T. Higgins.
Imagine that they upgrade their running back room from Austin Eckler and Robinson to.
They can do that in the draft, though. You can do that in the draft. You ain't even got to waste no money on that.
Right.
All right, Winston.
Look, y'all, just face the fact. Washington gonna be our competition. If Penix is good, we already know we're gonna have to battle Washington for years to come. So just face fact, embrace it.
So get ready.
Yeah.
All right, Winston.
Yeah, until somebody finally get a hold of Daniel's po ass.
Hey man, they ain't got put no weight, man. You gotta think about it. Hell, Matt Ryan played at what 216, 220 all his career. Jaden Daniels like 210.
He gonna pick up weight over the years.
He gonna put on weight. I mean, that's just natural. But first and foremost, man, I want to thank everybody that came through on the panel, man. Thank y'all. Thank everybody that was in the comments. Like, hey man, y'all kept us rolling all day long. Appreciate that, man. Y'all catch us. Eye test next Wednesday, same time. We can start off with Falcon football and tell them where the conversation will go, but you can always enjoy the ride, man. I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. Thank y'all.
I'm out. Peace. Thanks for having me, John and Winston.
Deuces.
Peace.
Well, all right. Well, since everybody abandoning ship, bye-bye. Ain't nobody getting no doggone money this week. Bye-bye, except Winston.
Hey, let me get that.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right,